Yo, what's up, everyone? So, whenever I said I got that Mexican Coke yesterday, I actually got two. Ah. Ha! So, we get another one today. Welcome, welcome, everybody. I'll talk about this pastrami thing again, probably several times throughout the stream. It's supposed to be a lot warmer tomorrow. So, I think going out to the park tomorrow would be a lot better day. The other thing I didn't say is my knee is in bad shape. I don't know that I could make it over there. So I'm hoping if by tomorrow it'll be a lot better. I have no idea what the hell is going on with my knee, but it's not good because it's hurting my running. Not happy about that. Not happy about that one. I looked into the symptoms and it appears you may have a case of OLD. Hmm. Crazy. I am logging into the server, guys. Give me one moment. God, this is such a fucking badass song. Okay. Damn. It is dark. Not ideal, not ideal. Not ideal. What you guys got going on? What you guys been doing today? What are you doing, little pup? Come up here. Come up here. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, we hitting the spot? Okay. 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 All right, hop down. All right, buddy. I gotta play. Wow, wow, wow. That's Smack spent at least 40 minutes in the toilet yesterday after he said goodbye, chat, because the stream stayed open for that long. No, what happens whenever I do that is it's just mostly me being dumb. I don't like to play ads when I stream. Basically, other than whenever TSM contracted me, like I was under contract obligations, I had to play ads. It was 3 minutes of ads per hour. But aside from that, I don't play ads. But I will play them at the very end of the stream whenever, it's mostly just people that are AFK. So I'll go to like the outro screen and then I'll play ads. And sometimes I'll forget that and I'll play them right when I normally would just shut things down, and I'll give it time to play, and then I'll go do something, and then I'll forget that I left the stream on. That's how it goes every time. So then whenever I come sit back down later, I'm like, oh shit, the stream's on. Well. How are you feeling today? I'm feeling great. I'm feeling great. Wow. Poor Jack, his message didn't get put in the screenshot. What are you barking about, you little psycho? Huh? All right. I guess I'm going to eat the rest of these pumpkins, and then we need to plant the other ones. Hey. Don't make me get the squirt bottle. I'll get your ass. I'll get your ass. Yeah, yeah, I will. Don't test me. Okay. I'm down. Buddy, I'm down. I gotta play. Okay, I'm done. All right, you feel better? Okay, I'm done. Good boy. All right, I'm done. A little later today? Yeah, I was kind of catching up on some discussions with some people and also just a little bit late. Since I knew I wasn't going to do Surstroming today. Slight, just relaxing a little bit. Spend some time with Jax. And also had a couple phone calls I needed to make. So these days phone calls end up taking a minute, catching up with people. All right, pumpkins planted. No, we got to eat these. Wait. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. What are we gonna do, guys? What are we gonna do? Guys, I ordered a new rug since Jax ruined my last one. But I am kind of regretting it because I forgot that whenever you order a rug through Amazon, it's going to have a bunch of creases where they fold it. I don't know the best way to get rid of them. Do you guys know? I might have to send this fucking thing back too. Let me look. I thought I got a black one. This one looks blue. Jax is laying on it already. Eyeing me like, oh, I can't wait to ruin this one too. Whatever, I'll figure it out later. Whatever, man. Whatever. Who cares? Hang on, let me... This sure looks like blue. I'll deal with it later. Just drag it off for now. You guys got any good shit going on today? Wait, is Jack not unbanned yet? It was only 30 seconds. Oh no, you replied after that. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to take that one back. Maybe I'll go to the same place I got my last one. I don't guess we need any of those. Let's eat up and we'll get out of here. Go run around and die. I need to get some keys for these damn briefcases. These things can't keep piling up. We gotta get rid of them. They take up too much room. mm, 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 mm. Pumpkin's looking more nasty than what you ate yesterday. Yeah, I was telling Tiger Blood about it. This the issue with that stuff wasn't that all of that stuff was like some super gross thing. Because I think any of us can eat something that's super gross when, you know, eating super gross shit for 3 hours straight that was rough, man. I thought I was never gonna escape. No, I'm not gonna do surströmming today. It's two things. It's gonna be a lot nicer tomorrow, weather-wise. It was pretty damn chilly outside today, so I don't know. It'd just be a lot nicer to do it tomorrow, and my knee is really fucked today. Like, I don't think I could make it walking over to the park right now. So, hopefully by tomorrow we'll be in better shape if I just give it a day where I don't really do anything, don't do any walking. Hopefully tomorrow we'll be back to closer to normal at least. Man. Maybe we need to make some suppressors, huh? Do we have room for a couple suppressors up here? We do, I think. Let's do this gun. And this gun. If he'll take them. It will. Nice. We don't need a hatchet. All right, let's run out of here. See what we can go find. You guys been playing any games this weekend? What you got going on? I think of CSI every time I hear this song. It does pop into my head as well. I agree with that. Dying in Tarkov? Hell yeah. Love to hear that for you, Mr. Callendale. I will probably not be playing Tarkov tonight, I imagine. But I've definitely got to figure something out with the stream. 30-viewer DayZ streams are extremely dangerous. Extremely. $1911 Assassin, how you doing? Ooh, I don't have bandages. Okay, well, let's just go straight to the clinic then and see if I can get some. Chilling here till dinner. What's for dinner? What's on the menu? I lied. I'm gonna check a couple things. There we go. Get on out. It's weird how many times I've run into people right here lately. I don't understand why it's been so consistent. No bandages. What up, Karasi? How you doing? We need to find ourselves a, some guns. How you doing, Basildon? Get out and go for a jog, huh? See if we can find the ever elusive key. Ooh. Well, we probably won't get much from a civilian crash, but we can, maybe get some food. And then maybe go to a real one. Daisy is such a weird ass game when you think about it. Just running here around in the fucking wilderness, zombies, and occasionally a chopper comes in and crashes. Every chopper that ever comes around here crashes. And also they make zero sound coming in until they're crashing. The only sound they make is crashing sounds. Our treehouse base has constant crashes next to it. Really? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's right beside one of the spawn points here. But these are just civilians, so. I'm still in search. Oh, now we're talking. We can take that blue key up. Wait, are there any? The boys have a press vest on? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Going to a Japanese steakhouse. Hell yeah. That'll be great. Ooh. Let's see, a hunting camp over here too, I think. Let that up as well. If I found a Mosin mount, I could put the scope on. Let's see, how many shots do we have? 1. All right. All right. 1. What are the chances we find a mount here? Oh my god, we found a mount. No way. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yo, do this thing. What do you guys think is going to be at this chopper crash? How about a zombie with a plate carrier? Oh my god. Fucking trash. I will not have my mood ruined by the most broken, garbage, shitty gaming experience of all time. I will not. I will not. I will not. I will not. I might. I might maybe. AK-74. We definitely prefer that over the AN-94. So we'll drop this. We'll grab this mag. And we got 2 boxes of ammo. Oh, fuck me, man. All right, let's munch on some sardines and dog food and go look for some convoys. Sounds about like my diet yesterday, huh? What do you need, buddy? Huh? Hang on, hang on. Let me get over here. Come up here. What do you need? Huh? You want a treat? Huh? Is that what you want? Hang on, hang on. Don't rip my cord out here. Hang on, nope. Hang on, hang on. Okay. Okay. Now you know what those taste like. Yeah, bacon. I gotta start saving those for me. Give him some shittier ones. I don't even get bacon. The hell is this? The hell is this? Bow, 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 bow. We need, dude. What is it with these? All these zombies that I've killed at these convoys, I cannot get a key. Do I just have insanely bad luck? What's going on? I thought they changed the numbers on this stuff. Ba 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 ba. I don't have any armor. Maybe I should hold off on fighting. Wait. What happened to my... Oh, yeah, I had to use it. Use it to bandage myself. I forgot. Yeah, maybe we'll just keep looking for convoys for now. Bow, wow, bow, bow, bow. Psych. I'm going to that. That's way too close. Bow, 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 bow. Was that a fight at the tents? We have one shot with the Mosin. So we gotta make it count. Alright, let's pause this for a minute. Let's see what we see. Oh, perfect time for something to get in my eye. Ah. Okay, we're good. Ooh. For it to still be going like this must be like a 2v2 or something at least. I just saw someone. Saw two players right here. One had a red armband. I don't see where he went. What I'm really worried about here is that they killed somebody and he walked over to loot. And I'm just gonna walk up on him and he's gonna hear me. Is that them still? Or a different fight? it's not them, they're probably gonna be pretty keyed in on it, huh? Maybe we can get over here and get on top of one of these hangars so we can see. I don't see shit. I have to be really careful here because I don't have armor. Just gonna insta-die to anybody. And I don't know. I don't know where this happened at. Yeah, we haven't done the surstroming yet, though, Kabasi. Probably tomorrow, I think. Damn. I think this... I mean, I guess we'll see how it goes, but I may have just kind of missed the opportunity here. Which is fine. It's not that big a deal. I would have maybe been a bit more aggressive if I had armor, but... I would rather be alive. So I read today that they're going to put a big bunker in the next update for this map. And it's going to have like 5 different entrances around the airfield. I really, really hope they have a loud ass siren they put in with it. Kind of like Deer Isle. That would be sick. I have no clue where this will happen. Rather than wander around until I get shot, maybe we just move out. Was the Blackstrap Molasses bitter, or was it hard to distinguish with all that other shit? Yeah, it was hard to distinguish with all the other stuff. But I did try everything at first. I went through and just tried everything on its own. The Blackstrap Molasses definitely tastes different than regular molasses. It had like it almost reminded me of like black licorice kind of flavor in there as well. I'll be honest, I was hoping maybe there'd be a body around here somewhere I could maybe swoop in and get a plate carrier off of. But I don't see any. Maybe the initial fight happened at the tents and then moved off into the woods. Should we double back and maybe look into the tents? I'm thinking about swooping in here real quick and see if I can get some armor. This might be stupid of me. There's a lot of shooting, so other people might have showed up, but... RPK. See a zombie up again over there. Bandage. Oh, I could also find some, just a little bit of Mosin ammo would be nice. Not quite what we're looking for, but keep searching. Yo, what up, Chrome? How you doing? There we go. Are you coming in or what? Oh, that one's in bad shape. All right. Well, see you with the 6 streams, yo, Chrome. Thank you. I appreciate you swinging by. And I will do my best. I will certainly do my best. I hope things have been good for you. Ba-dum-ba-bum. 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 All right, well, we did at least get a little armor. Yo, what up, X-Spy? Going all right, man. Same old same, you know? Same old same, dude. Guys, I gotta start thinking about where we would put a base next wipe. I kind of miss being near the gas. We're doing something Lopatino again? Ish. Northwest Airfield will definitely be the hot spot. So we definitely want to be near there. I saw you were getting after it with the workout today, X-Spy. Yep. Sure will. Sure will, X-Spy. Keep it up, man. Keep it up. Also made the switch, no more beers. Oh boy. Oh boy, what are we gonna do, X-Spy? What the hell are we gonna do? What'd you, did you pick up something to keep in the house, or? Can't tell what kind of ammo that is. Ah. We do not need that. Are you more of a, like a whiskey guy or something? Bud over beers. Well, down here in the land of the free in Texas, they don't like that kind of freedom. So not quite that easy. My dad and brother had leftover Tito's vodka, so drinking that with sugar and caffeine-free sparkling flavored water. Okay. Yeah, Tito's. Am I wrong? I thought Tito's was made here in Austin. Where is Tito's made? Yeah, it is. It's made here in Austin. Hell yeah. Oh, wow. Close football game, huh? No convoy here. Maybe we check and see if the military train is up. I hear wolves. Are they after me? Either would drink Tito's vodka, Kirkland vodka, or American Wheatley vodka. Okay. There you go. Open RGB for your PC RGB control. I do not. I hate RGB anything. All lights off for me. If those wolves are on someone else, we could maybe show up to the party. They're certainly on someone else. They're still howling away. They're like on somebody in that base. I don't want to run and get the wolves on me. Kind of sounds like they're moving away. I haven't heard him again. Did they shoot the wolves or what? There's a barn over here. Maybe somebody has a base in it and they chased them to their base? I don't know. I don't see any wolf bodies or anything. Well, no clue, man. No clue. A little bit of a wild goose chase for nothing. Well, what the hell do we do now? Go play schedule 1. Oh. I'm in the wide open. I need to move. This guy's now in the wide open. Now would be the perfect time to shoot. Oh, brother. Insta lights out. Uh-oh. Do you want anything in this? You must have just looted a chopper crash, huh? Make sure there's nothing in here. I guess that couldn't be. Okay. That was a juicy one. Broncos up 30-27 with 55 seconds left, so a field goal would tie it. Is that what happens, guys? We about to see some overtime. Well, now I feel like we need to get home. We've got, what, 3 strips on us? Yeah, that guy, not too happy. Just one tap running across the field. Okay. He may have hung it up for the night, huh? Been there. I have been there, brother. Look at that. We left our base with no armor and no gun. And look at us now. We're juicy. We're one juicy, young, handsome man. They gonna get the job done, Kabasi? Buffalo in field goal range. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Ooh, medical event is up. 24 seconds. Ball at the 32-yard line. We now have every zombie in the game on us. Jesus Christ. Get off of me. Ten seconds left in time for a field goal, huh? We're gonna be able to pick up a quick pox here. What pox need? We are not. I wonder if they removed him from these. I haven't found one. Wait, did I miss something? Tie game with 5 seconds left. So how's the rest of these games gonna go, guys? Who's winning the other 3 games? I think I know who X-Bite's gonna say on one of them. Well, I think we gotta say Seahawks for Myth and Sea Greens, right? And then obviously we gotta say Bears for X-Buy. And no one likes the Patriots, right? So we can just say Texans. Right? Does that seem like a good roundup? What's with this chatter support when I got fuck the Steelers? Sorry, man. You guys had Aaron Rodgers. You're going to get fuck the Steelers no matter. There's nothing you could do, Kabasi. It was doomed. Now, if he leaves, then we can go back to supporting your team again. It was out of your hands, dude. What's wrong with Aaron? Dude, anybody that starts their name with the same two letters back to back cannot be trusted immediately. I would say anyone who starts with two vowels can't be trusted. Hey, you know what? That's fine. That's fine. You guys don't have to trust me. Aren't hurting my feelings. Guys, should we make a poll? Or should we do a bet in the chat on who's going to win the game? Let me get up here into a tree where I can make it. Let me see, what's this look like? Start a prediction. Submission period. I'll put it at 30 minutes. Hopefully by then it... Or no, that's too long, huh? No, okay. 30-second submission period. Sorry. Or maybe 1 minute. Okay, I'm starting it right now. Get ready, guys, if you want in. You can bet however many points you want, I think. What up, Skibbs? How you doing? So far, we got 25K points going in on the Bills and 13K on the Broncos. How you doing, Airleaf? Yeah, I should be able to see this at the top of chat. Just keep in mind, you don't have a whole lot longer to guess. I think it only lasts a minute, so lock it in quick. So 25,170 points being bet on the Bills. 14,819 points being bet on the Broncos. I should have made the submission time longer. Sorry, guys. I have learned my lesson. Well. Mr. Halifax sending some wonderful people our way tonight. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Hope you had a great stream over there. What are you guys up to? Thanks, Allie. Appreciate the raid, dude. Hope you guys had a good one. PUBG in the snow, too. Well. Yeah. Jack's heard snow. He's with me. He hates snow, too. I'm kidding. I actually don't know if he does or not. Thanks again, Mr. Halley. Appreciate it, dude. Guys, are there any games coming out this year that are worth being excited about? Marathon? Ooh, the convoy's up here. Hell yeah. And I really do want to be excited about Marathon, but I don't think I'm going to get to. Oh, shit. Orange Chrome dropping. What a weird choice of numbers that was. $4.20. I don't know. No idea what that's about. Random number to choose, but thank you for the $4.20 Orange Chrome. Guys, can we get some love in the chat? Can we get some movement in the chat? For the very generous $4.20? Thank you, Orange Chrome. You're a fucking legend. Appreciate the support. You guys gotta start changing your ways. He was definitely not speaking to me. One moment. Let me deal with this life-threatening attack right now. Guys, we got 5 gifted subs coming in from Big Kaizen. You're a little idiot. Get up here. Come here. Come up here. Come up here. Oh, he's all fired up. He wants me to throw his toy now. Thank you very much, Big Kaizen. You're a fucking legend. Guys, can we get some more? Can we get another round of love in the chat? Can we get some hearts? Can we get some W's? Can we get some love out here for Big Kaizen, the absolute legend? Dropping another 5 gifted on us tonight. Super, super, super generous. Also dropped some gifted on us. I believe it was the day before last, right? I think so. Thank you, Big Kaizen. Very kind of you. I hope you're having an excellent weekend. Thanks for not only joining, but dropping a bunch of extremely nice support. Far, far, far too kind. Oh, God, I gotta sneeze. Yeah! Woo! Okay. Oh. SVD mag. Gonna pass on that. Another cloth. We got 1 or 2 of these damn things, huh? Gilly Shrug. Ooh. Come on. Give me the damn key. Dude. What do I have to do? This is ridiculous. Tired of it. Okay, we'll take that key instead. That'll work. Not quite as good as the other one, but still not too shabby. So we have 4 strips and an orange key. Leaving the base damn near completely naked, and now we're coming back very juicy. Not too shabby. We take those. We take those. Yo. Maybe Hallie's already gone, guys. Does Hallie mostly play solo, or does he usually play with people on PUBG? What's PUBG look like these days? Do people play together often, or is it like for instance, DayZ is mostly solo with some friends here and there kind of thing? So he's usually playing with people all the time. Okay. And is it usually, are people usually just playing duos or what? Like, what's the most popular mode? He mixes it up, sometimes duos, sometimes squads. Okay. Hey, anybody else remember when Battlefield tried to put fucking tanks in BRs? Goddamn psychopaths. Who's making decisions over there, man? Insanity. Yo, how's this football game looking, guys? What are you doing? Come here. Come here. Come up here. He drug his sweater out. I don't know if that means that he wants me to put it on him or not. Broncos interception at their own 23. Any score now will win the game. Oh, shit. Well. Right here. I can't reach you. Okay. Well, look at that. Would you look at that? Oh, wait, we don't... you know what? I'll throw it in here for now. We probably don't want any more of these. You know what? I will also say screw it and just throw it in here for now. We're definitely throwing this in here. That's a juicy boy. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure how I close this out when the time has come. Oh, I see the make prediction changes to choose prediction outcome. Okay. I see. Well, wait a second. Can we get this in here somehow? Could do this, I suppose. Can we, what can we do here? Can we do this? We can. So then we can do this, and then we'll put this back. Now what's our other, what's this looking like? We'll remove one of these and put this in. Wait, where is it? Here it is. We don't need two of these, so we can take that out, put another one of these in. You can do whatever you want, Orange Chrome. You can do whatever you want. Got another drum mag. Load this bad boy up. I think we could probably raid somebody. Damn, the throw comes in, huh? That's how she goes. That's how she goes. Sorry, I'm putting away all my junk. We don't need this. We don't need this. Mm-hmm. I'm just going to throw these in here for now. This is fine. Fine. Throw these in here. I don't need both of these guns. Maybe we'll throw that on there. And do we have room to put these? We do if I get the tape out. So that, okay, this is coming together. Not too shabby. Wait, do either of these have a battery? They do not. What? Where are we gonna get a battery? There's one. I'll throw these keys in here, I suppose. I could take one and go to the airfield, maybe. Broncos win. Well, sorry to say, guys, choosing the outcome here. Broncos. Sorry to those that lost points, and congrats to those that won. Are you sure Broncos is the correct outcome? Once you choose the outcome, viewers who have chosen the correct outcome will be awarded 39,989 channel points. You will not be able to reverse this choice. There it is. There it is, guys. Now set up the poll for San Francisco 49ers versus Seattle Seahawks. Okay, I'll put that one up. Keep in mind, guys, that I may not. I'm not sure exactly. I may not be live by the end of that match. But what I would either just complete it later, or I'll wait until tomorrow. Like if I forgot, you guys can just remind me tomorrow and I'll complete it. Okay? All right, we're doing the same thing. Who wins? Seahawks? 49ers. No clue how my grandma was a gambling addict. Fuck that loss of channel points. See, here's what you do. Just bet a really low number this time. All right, I'm going to put 5-minute submission time on this one. All right, guys? I'm starting it right now, so get ready. Everybody's in on Seahawks so far, or at least maybe it's just one person. 17,500 points in on the Seahawks. No one on 49ers yet. Oh my God, that changed so much. Holy. Now we're at 52,000 points in on the Seahawks and 88,000 in on the 49ers. Who's the Monopoly guy with 88K points? Seahawks catching up. Seahawks catching up. Okay. I'm going to hit the bathroom really quick, guys. Be right back. Dropped all of my points. 39K for the Seahawks. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Guys, it's about to close. It's too late. It's closing. If you haven't got in yet, it's too late. 130K points in on the 49ers, 77K in on the Seahawks. Wow. Seahawks open up the game, returning the opening kickoff for a touchdown. Good thing the voting is closed, huh? Holy shit. That's crazy. That's crazy. What do you think about that? That's crazy. What do you think about that, huh? Okay. Okay. Confirmed touchdown. Whip. All right, can you hop down? Straight to business. Not messing around. Maybe we go take a hike over to the airfield and go open up this crate. What's up, Cassius Bakey? How you doing? You better be good. You're gonna get squirt. I'm gonna break out the bottle on you. How are things with you? Doing all right. Doing all right. Not too shabby. Okay, let's go hit the airfield. See what's going on. See if we can open up that crate. Hang on, let me make sure that I have room. Yeah, I could put the plate carrier in here. Okay. And we do have pouches that could go on it. All right, let's head out. Heading out. Yo, Tristan. What are you up to right now? I'm just seeing what's up. Just asking, you know? What's going on? What are you up to? Making another vodka drink. Ooh. Guys, should I mix up a little something something? Always. Regretting my poor decisions. Wait. What poor decisions were made? Did you drink? Guys, has anyone in here donated plasma before? Yes? It sucks? How so? Hey, you cut it out. Nope, heard it's absolutely terrible. I kept trying to pass out. Wait. Do you normally have issues passing out, like if you donate blood or something? Not usually? Uh-oh. It's rougher than donating blood, really? I'm thinking I might go do it. I'm thinking about it. But not everyone has that issue. Definitely worth a try. Yeah, maybe I'll go like the first time and just see how I hold up. Mark's cousin had to have her brother donate stem cells to fight off cancer, and he said it wiped him out for weeks. So that's another one that's rough. Yeah, I imagine stem cells will be pretty damn rough. Gives you a little money and helps people. Yeah, I'm thinking about funding my airsoft gun through that. Kind of what I'm thinking about. So I'm thinking about going next week. Make sure you eat and hydrate. Take a snack. Okay. Only donated blood, but never plasma. Then I got anemic due to not donating. So I couldn't donate anymore. What the? Damn. Or not due to donating. My bad. I apparently can't read. I can't donate due to me being diabetic. I'll pass out every time. Yeah. I've donated blood a couple times. And then obviously I've had my blood taken a million times for tests and stuff. What up, Sammy? Doing all right. How are you? I'm thinking maybe if I hit the plasma train, maybe I can get the streams up and going before the next event. Can't donate due to prescriptions. I ain't pure enough for them. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm a good bit tired because I had my son's birthday today after my night shift. Only had a couple hours sleep before I needed to come back to the night shift. Oh boy. That is brutal. That is brutal. Time to start chugging some caffeine. Can't donate due to hereditary... What is that word? Spheroptosis? What in the hell? I think I remember you mentioning something before about something you had, but... I didn't know the name of it, I don't think. Went home at 8 in the morning, wake up 11:30, first visitor came 12, last left our place 18. Then took a shower at 20, back to work. Better be getting a raise soon. Yesterday. We're closing in on the crate. gonna fit it. Yeah. Bag is empty, so I can just throw it in the bag. But your son's birthday only once a year, so I think I can handle this. Yeah, you got it. Making it better for him. Putting in those sacrifices. Jesus Christ. What's going on in here? Wait a second. Can I do this? No. Alright, well I think I want the AUG if I'm making a choice. Let's fit in here. Nope. Well, I guess that's just how it is, huh? That's just how it is. That's all we can take. That's alright. I'll take an AUG. These vests better than the plates? No. Plate carriers are the best. There was a firefight. Boondock Saints, man. That was one of those movies I just had playing on in the background when I would go to sleep. I've seen that movie a million times. Should have had a friend carry all those weapons. Yeah, we have a million keys, so we can just come do that again in the future if we feel we need to. 10-0 Seattle. Wait, so are these matches on the same side of the bracket? As in, would Seattle play the Broncos if they won? In specific, you were trying to hit from keys? Oh, just using one up, picking up a plate carrier, an extra plate carrier. Not in the following round. So, wait, who would they play? Broncos are playing winner of Patriots Texans. Okay, then Seattle plays Bears Rams winner. Or sorry, I say Seattle. Seattle like it's already over. The winner of Seattle and 49ers. Yeah, the different crates have different stuff in them depending on what color the key is, Sammy, and where that's just the low tier crate that is at the airfield and VMC. Then you have yellow crates that are at Tizzy that have better stuff in them. Then you have orange crates that are in gas zones and they have the best stuff in them. You can get M24s, various suppressors, all that kind of stuff in those. And then the keys have varying levels of rarity as well. The blue keys are pretty easy to find. Yeah, if it all goes to shit for the Seahawks, I guess it's my fault. We probably had 5 different keys, 4 key cards. Interesting. Interesting. We need somebody to make a more updated Wasteland mod. '49ers getting slapped around right now, huh? Played Battlefield 6 BR for the first time last night. I missed the simplicity like PUBG when it first released. Too much going on in these newer ones. I agree with that. Although some complexity is good and I like it. I think it's just a lot of bad decisions being made. Like the fucking tanks in the BR. That's so stupid. I liked the original Warzone when it came out. I thought that they did a lot of really cool stuff. Like the Gulag was badass. That was a great way to spawn people back into the game. some of the stuff was kind of like, not for me, but I thought Call of Duty did a really good job with Warzone when it first came out. But now, personally, what I'd really, really, really like to see is another one that was slower and more tactical again. Like, I want to see a big map, slow-paced BR, kind of like an Arma 3 or something again. Arma 3 BR. OG PUBG. Maybe. DayZ BR would be fun. They have some. DayZ just... How about that alcoholic drink? Maybe I need to go try this new vodka. Y'all gonna get drunk? I'm thinking about it. And get wild? Yeah, maybe we should play something, Cal. What could we possibly play? I'm probably not gonna stream a whole lot longer though, just to let you know. Slur Saturday, where we have to say at least one slur every sentence. Yo, take it easy, Orange Chrome. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. Thank you very much for the support. I truly appreciate it very much. Hope you have a great weekend. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to get you all hot and bothered, ready to get all toasty and then leave you hanging. Yeah, well, it is 7:51 p.m. for me right now on a Saturday night. I was about to get real pissed at this new headset. Games were just not loud enough and I couldn't figure it out. You got it dialed in now? I think I want to go to that chopper crash I saw out there real quick. So let me drop off these items. I'll come back and get these pumpkins afterwards. And let me grab a quick drink. After all the guides and videos and turning different options on and off, I just took the slider that was already at 100% and lowered it and increased it again, and it like tripled in volume. Weird. So some kind of like... Is it... So just some kind of software bug then or something, most likely. Or I wonder if it's some kind of actual like hardware malfunction. Oh, you did this in the software, so it was literally a software issue then. Interesting. Well, hopefully you don't have that issue anymore. Just a random one-off. So frustrated, I bet. I mean, brand new headset that you are otherwise talking very positively on. Because SteelSeries sucks. Touchdown Seattle. Oh my God. Well, guys, should we just go ahead and cash the points out now? Kidding. Kidding. Yes. Graphic D is just looking to keep winning, huh? Any other EU enjoyers in the chat? Not sure. Oh, there's a player going to it. Not sure how that missed. Oh, he's got the jukes. God damn it. Oh my God, are we back on that same Mosin bug? Close. I think this guy's gonna get away. Yeah, he's gone. He is a speck out there now. Ooh. Well, he gone. That first shot should have killed him. I don't know why I didn't. What up, Gwiggles? How you doing? You did shoot a titanium leaf. Yeah, maybe that's the secret. I just keep hitting these bulletproof branches. Into the first quarter. Into first quarter 17-0. Oh my god. Oh boy. All right. Let's get these pumpkins picked up. We can crank our music back up. Any plans for the rest of the night? Not really. I'm trying to take it easy on my knee tonight so I can try to do this Stramming thing tomorrow, maybe? Also extremely pissed off because I just started running again and my knee's already fucked. And I have to stop running already. Bullshit. What do I run? There's a trail that runs around. So there's a river that runs through the middle of Austin. And there's a trail that goes all along the sides of the river. And I run that. You icing the knee after the run? Well, it wasn't hurting really until... I mean, it was a little, like, tender. But the last couple times I went out, unfortunately, is when it's kicked up. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I'm kind of a stubborn idiot when it comes to stuff, so... Let's go in here. Damn. Wait. Now we're talking. There we go. All right, guys. Give me a second. Let's get this. So, when I went to the store. The plan was to switch to this so that I not only stop drinking so many calories with beer, but also probably save a lot of money by not getting beer anymore. So we went and got some vodka. Super Nothing. Thank you for the 36 months to 3-year resub today. Love to see it. Thank you for the 3 years, Super Nothing. Absolute legend. Couldn't do it without you, and I hope you're having a great weekend. Appreciate you. Yeah, it's actually partially because of the cold. I feel like because I was out running and walking and things whenever it was warmer and it's fine, but now it's cold. My knee is way worse. Anyway, I got this. I usually drink the Reka. Vodka. It's super smooth and I liked it a lot whenever I had it. Someone suggested it to me and I liked it. Then I went to the store and this guy said to get this. And then whenever I looked at the review of this, Reka is a lot smoother and disappears in a mixed drink a lot easier. And this one has a lot more flavor to it apparently. So I don't know if I'm gonna like it more or not, but I guess we're gonna find out. Yeah, vodka sodas is what we're switching to. So this is Shevkov. I don't know if any of you guys have had this. Ultra premium vodka. Tastes or smells like vodka. Yeah, this is apparently Ukrainian vodka. And it's right. Well, it was more It's typically more than what so I think the Reyka is usually around $20, and this was like $30. But with all of the like discounts that they gave me, like new like first time there and a bunch of stuff, it worked out to be the same price. So I'm gonna taste it. Tastes like vodka. Let me make a drink real quick. Well, bad news, guys. I just got reminded of something that I forgot to get while I was at the store, and that was some ice cube trays. So I have no ice. Well, we're just doing vodka and soda. Good thing they're both cold. Cheers, everyone. Cheers. I hope you're all having a great weekend. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for watching the stream. I hope your weekend continues great, guys. Guys, where are we going to put our base next wipe? Mm-hmm. 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 Novo? Hell no. Would you do the treehouse again? I would rather not, but I would do it if it was like a good enough spot. They're putting a bunker in at the airfield next wipe, Tristan. It's like 5 different entrances of elevators or something that take you down to some like 3-level massive bunker, apparently. So we want to be next to the airfield because it's going to be fucking wild. Let me look at the. I saw it on Twitter. Let me look again. And see if there were more details. New massive bunker will be added to Chernarus. We're adding a new massive bunker to our Chernarus this upcoming wipe, January 23rd. Built with 12,000 plus objects, 3 unique levels to explore, accessible by 5 elevators around Northwest Airfield, requires keycard. That's all I know. Looks like it's dark inside. So you'd need night vision or lights. Don't do it, X-Bike. Don't do it. Keep your sanity. One second. Texting my cousin. Come up here. Come up here. Oh, never mind. It's in the cart that is being added to and will order once I move. Wow. What all you got in the cart, Tristan? Yes, it is, Cal. Except for a 556 version of it. Because the 556 version is they have the 308 version of it. But in Airsoft it actually it's a different mag. So if you get the 308 version of the MDR, like they both just shoot BBs. But if you get the 308 version, you get the mags, which are the bigger mags, and it's harder to buy rigs to carry those mags. But if you get the 556, it's basically the same gun, but you get to use just the 556 mags, and there are rigs all over the place for those. Like he can just, because he's got the M4 that he bought from me. And if he gets the 556 version of the MDR, he gets to basically just use the rig he already has. It's all about carrying the mags, yeah. Otherwise, yeah, you'd want that big boy 308 for sure. Because, Told you Cal was wanting to play Airsoft? No, he's not wanting to play Airsoft. He just knows about this through Tarkov. He probably uses the MDR a lot in Tarkov. He's like, hey, I use that gun in Tarkov. I know about that gun. The MDR is really fucking good in Tarkov, Tristan. That's why. You got that big boy 308 round you can slap people around with. Same situation with this gun that I'm looking at now. God damn it. Am I... God damn it. Wait, actually, maybe that's the trick. That is the trick. That is the trick. Hell yeah. Okay, so technically it's 762 by 51. Yeah, 308, same thing. Okay. This is what I'm getting. And I was super intrigued by potentially just getting the 308 version and doing DMR style, because you get to shoot faster and a bunch of other stuff. But the mags then become an issue as well. Same thing with this gun. If you get the 308 version, then you got these giant fucking mags. And in the style that we play, it have to keep the full rail and barrel length, which I kind of don't like either. I don't want to do that. And you have to have a big optic, and you have to have a bipod, all forced to play the DMR role. Which, don't get me wrong, I will do one day in the future whenever I'm super rich and famous, guys. I will have this gun too. I'm going to get them both. Why would you want a long ass gun in airsoft? So you can shoot harder, faster, further. The DMR roll is probably right where I want to be, but this will be it. This is the boy I'm gonna go with. I was honestly thinking of getting squad support. Really? Thinking of getting an LMG? I mean, dude, if you didn't mind carrying all the extra weight, yeah, getting to shoot fully auto and having speed soft. No, I would 100% be getting this gun. Where's it at? I'm pretty certain they would not be okay with. They would not want us to get these. Otherwise, this is what I'd get. I'd be getting this gun. But because the events that we're doing are milsim, they would probably not be okay with this kind of gun. Now, you can take this gun and then throw on a handguard and everything, and then it would probably be fine. But I don't know that I can't build that out. I don't have the money to build it out correctly. Yet. So this is why, guys, what I need is to get into airsoft, stream it, make it get super successful, and then all these airsoft companies want to sponsor us, and then I can get these guns for free. Okay, So when I start the airsoft streams, you have to go to all of your neighbors' houses and turn on their computers and put me on their computer, okay? This is part of the deal. This is part of the deal. I found my M4 in the garage the other day, and I wonder if you know the brand. It's all metal. Probably, yeah. Very likely. All right, do we go run around for a little bit? Throw these pumpkins in here. I probably need to eat some of them or one of them. And then once I get the airsoft streams up and running, it's funny you say that, Cal, because I was going to guess that same thing. I was going to do, once we get the airsoft streams up and running and going smooth, then the kayak stream starts. Then I'll work on that one. Guys, I have a question. Would you guys watch a stream of me? Here's what I would love to do. I would love to do my first ever subathon. Basically, the stream running 24 hours a day while I spend a week straight floating down a river. So basically, the subathon would be like capped at a week. But I would spend the entire week floating down the river, camping at night on the edge of the river, and then the stream would run even still while we were asleep. Would you guys watch that? You would have media share stuff enabled? Sure, yeah. Yeah, I would figure it all out. Even when pooping? Yes. I can just set it down and then go poop off camera. Or instead, what I could do is just not do a subathon and just do normal streams. But it would be me kayaking down a river, like a week long of me out kayaking this river. Is that something you guys think you would watch? Interesting. The lady I've been talking to just been asking if I ever enjoy a beach vacation, making me think she's hinting she wants to do a getaway for our first meet. I would not do that. Do not do that. If you haven't met her in person, do the meetup in person before you do that. Good night, Jack. As long as I don't have to watch you poop. Mm. Yeah, I think it would be so awesome. And if you guys want to know where I really, really, really like, if the stream ended up where, if dream scenario, I just got to pick, what I would really love to do is get to a point where I'm barely streaming any games at all. Where I'm like traveling, fishing all over the world. Basically, this would be what would be really great is if I could work directly with certain outfitters. And basically, I would go out with them at maybe like a discounted price or whatever. And then I could promote them on the stream. Obviously, the stream would need to be bigger to where they felt that they were getting value out of that promotion, right? And then obviously certain products or whatever would work. And then also traveling and doing the airsoft stuff too. Because there's a lot of awesome fields in Europe that I would love to go play on. So, traveling and playing airsoft, traveling and fishing, and playing games when I'm actually at home. Isn't necessarily my cup of tea for content, but I would support it. Okay, well, what if I start drama the whole time too while I'm out? Just move to Australia and drink beer all day while you fish. A few rep streams every now and then. Okay, now we're talking. Also catch 0 fish, right? But we're on to something. Hell yeah, Dark Tire. What was the clip? Wasn't there a clip of his that we watched and we're laughing about all the time? I forget which clip it was though. Would it be more entertaining if you had other people with you constantly? Well, ideally that would happen. I would have other people. Yes. And the airsoft stuff, I will usually. I mean, especially anything around here, all the people I normally play with will be there. The fishing stuff, usually I kayak and fish with other people. But if I travel, yes, I would get to a point where hopefully I could find somebody that could travel and do a lot of that stuff with me. It was the Squid Ink one, but I think it got lost in the purge of VODs that died when Twitch cracked down on copyright. Wait, really? Aw. You played paintball back in the day, right? Yeah. I switched to airsoft because paintball when I was still in Missouri, paintball basically died out almost completely. And then I moved to Texas and I found out that airsoft was really big down here. So then I switched. I started playing airsoft and I'm enjoying it even more than paintball, honestly. Because of the field the closest field that we play on is literally a mount facility, which is basically a small town that the military built. There's several different mount facilities across the U.S., but usually they build them on military bases for them to train in. So it's literally a town. And you're playing in these buildings, sewer system built in underneath the buildings and all that kind of stuff. So it's insane. Yeah, that would be sick, Cal. I would love to do that. Long term, for sure. That would be amazing. Damn, that sucks, Dark Tire. WE Tactical. WE. I definitely remember the brand name, but I don't There's basically the older models like that have kind of faded away. They're not big anymore. I play paintball still there. They're building a new field about 45 minutes away. Had one 5 minutes away, but home builders bought them out. Damn, that sucks. Cal, get out of here with your fucking AI shit. Learning, uh-huh. Uh-huh. Got a nice little silencer on it. Hell yeah. .400 FPS for an M4 kind of broken, I think. How so? What do you mean? All right. Do we go out and run around a little bit? Go die? Picture for Southern Bell in Discord. Hang on. Here's a nice gun for you. What do you guys think about this? I'm gonna get one of those. Swear, I remember my area. They capped 400 FPS only to snipers. Wait, what? Where do you live, Quasmio? Because the games that I play, 400 FPS is exactly how the exact chrono limit for M4s. Snipers shoot 550. What in the Texas? Oh shit. Still need to listen to that podcast you were on about AI. We've been talking about it at work, trying to figure out what it will look like in commercial aviation. Yeah, keep in mind, I am no expert in AI or anything, so definitely don't. That's just kind of like some speculation stuff. But I mean, if I had to guess, like if we do get like the deeper we get into AI, especially AGI kind of levels of stuff, surely we get exponential change in aviation. Just on a level that we haven't really ever seen before. You know, considerable, insane levels of aerodynamics, and probably just honestly, what probably happens is it's a very quick transition into like riding rockets. Like planes probably, because AI probably would introduce such a serious level of safety that it would very quickly transition into we would travel by rocket. Is my guess. Yeah, 100%, Cal. 100%. Special news, despite the Broncos winning, QB Bo Nix out for the rest of the playoffs with a broken ankle. Wait, this guy was out there playing on a broken ankle or just happened at the end or what? What the fuck? Hey, what a badass. Good for him then. He fucking earned that shit. I mean, they're fucking doomed probably, right? But if you're out there playing on a broken ankle, that's insane. Holy shit. Technology we have now is faster than the pilots. So it's crazy to think of what else AI would do as far as the next gen aircraft. Yeah. Because that's where it would most benefit, right? That's not, you can't take our current technology and change it anyway, like, because it's already, most of it's like kind of autopilot shit anyway already, right? So nothing really changes until you're actually changing the technology behind the aircraft itself from where we are now. Broke his ankle in the second to last play of the game and went undergo season-ending ankle surgery on Tuesday. Damn. Well, worst nightmares come to life for this guy. $150 for the glass M4? I think that, see, this, I'll be honest, guys. This is what sucks. That seems amazing, and I would love to do some shit like that. But the thing is, no, I'm not saying this too much. I'm saying actually, surprisingly, I thought it would be more expensive than that. That's like kind of reasonable. It's kind of what I was thinking or saying. I drink tequila and vodka. Like you just don't do that with tequila and vodka, you know? Show them off like that. That's all like whiskey and scotch and shit. This is why I hate myself. I've said this so many times, but as I've gotten older, anything even like slightly like collectors, I've moved out of that totally, because for me it feels so weird to have my money sitting on a wall. You know, I'd rather use it. I'd rather put it to use, or sitting in my closet, you know? But it would be totally different if I drank scotch or whiskey, it would be so, because it doesn't just sit there, right? Like, imagine you have like a nice cart and you have some nice whiskeys, some older stuff or whatever that you've been collecting. And then a very special occasion comes along and you get to break them out and enjoy it, right? So it's not just sitting there. So that's what I hate. Like I've tried so hard to like whiskey and scotch and these kinds of drinks. For that alone, I would enjoy that so much, having some like this or that old whiskey with some, or scotch with some kind of story behind it, you know? And then whenever the special night came along, I could break it out. But welcome to tequila and vodka land for me. Like how classy do people look that are sitting around, you know, sipping on scotch or something? Super classy. No, I get to be fucking. Nope, can't do it. No, unfortunately, I just got to be the vodka tequila bitch. Yeah, maybe one of these days, Kabasi, I start to venture more into that kind of stuff. I get my fancy show off Vice by collecting tobacco pipes. For me, while as much as I do enjoy like smoking a cigar or something, I can't allow myself to do it a lot because I know it's going to inhibit my running a lot. So that's another one that unfortunately I can't enjoy. You're underestimating aged tequila culture. Sure. It's more so like they're not known for that, right? And if I was to like have people over and break out my special alcohol, how many people in here like that has to be the most commonly mentioned alcohol whenever it comes up? Like, what alcohol can you not drink anymore? Almost everyone says tequila. Almost everyone. So I've got this special aged tequila that I've got to celebrate with, and no one wants to drink it. You know what I mean? So we're playing. How far is this? Do I really want to go to this? No, I do not. Holy shit, that's way further than it sounded. Touchdown Seattle. Oh my god. Steamrolling them. Insert anything in, it's too much for me. Guys, should we all be... Maybe we should all change Calendell's name in chat to Chicken Tenders. Actually, to be fair, I'm not joking about the alcohol thing. I don't like to joke about people not drinking or not being able to handle some alcohol or their choice, alcohol, whatever. I don't like joking about that because I don't know. Alcohol is kind of a serious thing, right? Now, food, however, you're getting fucking grilled. You're getting fucking grilled. I didn't know about this till I met my wife's friends who are from Latin America. They break out nice tequila for our white ass grandpas breakout. Wait, like our white ass grandpas break out the scotch. Yo, Kabasi, maybe you got to start introducing me to some of your wife's friends. Be like, listen, this guy, he's got nothing and there's zero redeeming qualities about him. But maybe a green card somehow in the process eventually down the road. It's 100% because I'm a bitch. Wait, what part? Wait. I barely drink anymore. I've not been drunk in over 5 years at least. Oh, yeah. No, I don't. Again, the whole drinking thing for me is I've told you guys this before. I was raised, no one in my family drank at all. So for me, I'm happy to share a drink with anybody, no matter what they're drinking. So no hate for me on what you drink or how little you drink. Obviously, I think it's a big part of people's lives to not drink or choose to not drink or whatever. So I'm definitely no hater in that territory. Green card ain't worth much here in the U.S. anymore, sadly. Yeah, true. Maybe I need to. Actually, you know what? Maybe pitch it the other way. Zero redeeming qualities, and you gotta get him into your country, and so literally there's no upside to me at all. See if surely they'll go for that. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I keep hearing a lot of really good things about Mexico City. Jax is a decent upside. True. I need to start leveraging that more. Both of my parents drank bourbon. That got me started. Bourbon. Shit, I mean, that's even slightly. That's better than filling your glass decanter full of tequila or vodka. Time to run it back. No better time than the present. Am I right? Wait, what are you talking about? What's up, by the way, Nick? Good to see you, man. Oh, you're talking about me. Yeah, just give me a quick rewind of time, guys. I'll do so many things different. Like, let's play soon. Oh, yeah. When, though? When, I don't know when, especially when the rest of the guys are free. All this talk is making me crave whiskey and a cigarette. Damn you guys. Man, I don't even smoke. I'm not addicted to cigarettes or anything, and I'm right there with you guys. Drinking and smoking are absolutely one of the best combos on the planet. It's crazy how well that they fit together. One night I was drinking bourbon. My mother said I was drinking all her bourbon, so I switched to tequila. Big mistake. Oh, oof. Oof. Halftime, Seattle up 24-6. Guys, if you're a 49ers fan, you better be looking for some... Wait, who was it that turned things around so much the other last week? Oh, it was the Bears, right? The Bears that made that big comeback. You better be looking for some Bears energy. Only like 16? Your parents were letting you drink like that when you're 16? Damn, different time. Guys, I'm looking at maybe doing a Battlefield night soon with some friends from back home in Missouri. So I'm not sure when they're all available to play. Trying to work that out. I haven't played Battlefield at all since the last time you guys saw me play it. I was sniping a lot. I don't even know what guns are good in that game anymore. Resist the urge, X-Spy. Resist the urge. You got this, dude. Stay strong. I didn't know better. I'm old. Remember, my first taste of alcohol was when I was about 3. My mother said they came outside to find me drinking her gin buck. The glass was empty. Guess it's just in my blood. Tough to argue with, I guess. Yo, good night, Dark Tire. I still remember whenever I was that age, I was outside. My mom and my dad was mowing the yard, and this was back whenever, maybe some of you guys remember this. The gas can that we had was metal. It was like a small metal, like rectangle shape, and I had a hose out the top. I was sucking and blowing on the end of the gas can to get the metal to go pop in and out. It was going pop, 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 and that's what I was doing. And my parents found me, and they thought I was drinking the gas. Of course, as they should, and then freaked the fuck out. Took me, and they were calling poison control, all this, and I kept telling them, I was like, I didn't drink it. I didn't drink it. I didn't drink it. But of course, they didn't and shouldn't have believed me. But that's exactly what I was doing. I did not drink a single drop. I was making the gas can pop in and out. And yeah, that was a long night of them making me do all kinds of stuff, drinking milk and all kinds of crazy stuff because they thought I'd drink gas. It's crazy how different the world is now. Whenever people talk about, leaving your kids outside or whatever. Dude, I growing up without the internet and your parents are just like, be back before dinner, And I was just out doing the craziest shit all the time when I was young. And I will appreciate that very much. I'm glad that I grew up as a kid in that time period for sure. Now, it makes me sad being an adult in the time that I'm in, but being a kid in that time was nice. Because I I just went wild. So many things. It was crazy. Also, I could just tell so many stories, dude. All the climbing and trees and eating this and that berry, dude. I was running around eating everything. I, I'm surprised I didn't die from all the shit I was eating. Just running through the woods, see some berries, pick them, eat them. You know, like. But climbing trees was, dude. I was doing that all the time. I'd be way up in the tops of trees all the time. That was my thing. I was just climbing trees all the time. 90s, 2000 is the GOAT era for sure. Yeah. Well, just basically just growing up before the internet was nice. Although, I will say, it's crazy now because I remember this so vividly, so much whenever I was younger. How often people talked about being bored. I'm bored. Like that was all the time. I'm bored. Let's go do something. And that was all the time back then. That's not a thing anymore. People don't talk about being bored anymore. I mean, you're just constantly on this, right? You're on a plane flying, this. You're in the bathroom, this. You're about to go to bed. You got your TV on, watching some Netflix or something. Man, there's being bored was like very common. Just sitting around doing nothing. There was so much of that. Just sitting around doing nothing, being bored. There was so much of that when we were younger. Now that's just been eradicated. We had this bully that lived down the street. My friend and I used to make potions of dead leaves and gasoline and leave them on the porch for her to drink. Dude, all the just crazy creative things that we used to do when we were younger. Yeah. I totally all the games, tag and freeze tag and hide and seek and dude, just so much of that shit. Important to be bored? I'll be honest, I can't remember the last time I was actually legit bored. I can't even, like, if I try to think, I can't remember. Actually, I think the game that I enjoyed and played the most when I was little was Kick the Can. Although we had maybe different rules, but how many people ever played any kind of variation of this? We played so much of this where it's like hide and seek, but better because the people that hide also have the objective. There was a can. However you want to do it, there was a can set up somewhere and you had to kick it. And if you kick it, the game is over. You win. And so you'd have one person that's like hide and seek, trying to find people. But with Kick the Can, all you had to do was say their name or whatever. If you saw them, you could call them out, and then they're out. So you had to hide, but you had an objective too. You couldn't just sit and hide forever. We played that game so much. So much. Never heard of this version of Kick the Can. Sounds fun. It was. And I do think that we did kind of like modify it a little bit. I don't remember the original rules to Kick the Can. Which is, like, even hearing the name of that, thinking about, we played Kick the Can. That makes me sound like, what a dumb name, right? Like, how old is this game? That's what I'm saying. Boredom is important for creativity. True. Yeah. Yeah. We would collect bottles, returnable, turn them in so we could get a penny candy or get penny candy at the local feed store. Yeah, that's, I mean, even thinking of that. So it's considerably cheaper then for you, but even just fast forward to whenever I'm growing up, how many of you guys we just got $100 tip. Guys, can we get some motion in the chat? Let's go. $100, guys. Come on, let's get it. Let's get it. Let's show them what we can do. Hang on, I'm spamming it. I'm spam clicking emotes. So many spam clicking emotes. Oh, the Pog spin from Jummy. Yeah. Hell yeah. $100 tip coming in from Mr. Nick Rowe. Insane, 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 insane support of the channel, guys. Mr. Nick Rowe is a very close IRL friend of mine. Grew up playing Halo together. So, love you, dude. Thank you so much, man. That's insanely generous. Insanely generous. And yes, we got to get the game night together. We got to get the game night together. Let's make it happen, man. What do you got to say? Come up here. Come on. Come on. Yeah, there you go. There you go. All right, hop down, hop down. Thank you, Mr. Nick Rowe. That is $100 is a hell of a lot of money, man. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. More than you know. More than you know. That is super, super, super kind, man. Very, 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 very generous of you, dude. Games soon. Games soon. Let's make it happen. I'm pretty certain I still have Battlefield downloaded. If not, I'll just re-download it. Easy. But you guys got to carry me because I don't have anything unlocked in that game. I only played it for like a week maybe when it first came out. So Get a time scheduled ASAP. Yes. Yes. I mean, don't tease me with a good time where I make you guys... We start doing a game night like once a week or something. Be careful. Be careful. Our favorite game was a competitive version of Catch My Brother called Poison, trying to get the other person to drop it. Wait, what? I don't think I've ever heard of that. It was always catch one, catch all, or grabbing the football. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, X-Spy, that's... Oh, shit. Yeah. Different time, wasn't it? Yo, thank you again, Nick, man. That's super generous of you, dude. That's super, super, super generous and kind. Thank you so much, man. A lot of money, man. Saw the podcast you did recently. No longer sure whether anything exists. Yeah, there was some stoner level talk at the end there, wasn't there? I love talking about that kind of stuff. It's very... Whenever you talk about like what's actually possible in physics, very fascinating stuff, in my opinion. So... And I mean, we just dipped our toes. You know, I personally can talk on that all night. I could have spent all 3 hours talking about that kind of stuff. I try not to talk about it a lot on stream, not only because I know that not a lot of people are maybe interested in it, but also I'm no physics major. I'm not an expert on the level that I can't talk with authority, but if I'm talking with someone, it's just a discussion, then it feels a lot nicer to just kind of talk about things that I've heard or know about, and it's, I don't know, super fun. Because I don't really have anybody, at all, any of my close friends or anything that I can talk to about that stuff, because they have different interests, right? So it's completely fine. I totally get it, but yeah, I guess I don't have anybody close that shares that same interest. So whenever I do bump into somebody that wants to start talking about that stuff, I'm like, yes, let's go. It's also weird to me because it's so weird to me to put like space and physics into an interest category, because I'm like, this like is actually like a giant portion of all of our lives. It's so much more than an interest or a hobby, but it does definitely get treated that way. Like, kind of like right now where NASA is just getting defunded on this massive level. I'm like, what the fuck are we doing? Hello? But, what are you gonna do? The best to me is regular non-scientists. Hang on. Sorry. I shouldn't have been talking in that part. I know everybody was ready for the wind-up. Just trying to grasp the truth of the physical world. I sit around thinking about gravity all the time. Just, what the hell? What is this thing? Yeah. No, it's super fun. Because it is kind of like a Wild West type, nothing proven, nothing known for sure right now, right? So then that means you get to think about what is time travel look like, all these super fascinating things. Zero G Gooning. Yeah, there's Jummy. There he is. I do have a basic. I had to do basic physics before my terms in electrical apprenticeship, electrons and all that shit. Still fascinates me how it's invisible forces. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I wish that whenever I think about this kind of stuff, it makes me sad that education is the way that it is. Like, very much about passing standardized tests. Because if I was engaged in school on these kinds of topics better, like, these are the things I find super fascinating, and I would have definitely gone on that kind of path if I had like better teaching and not just like boring ass shit that gets you to pass a standardized test, you know? Makes me super sad, but what are you gonna do? Magnets, how do they work? True. Well, ICP. You know, you know what? We're all just kind of, you know, at the end of the day, we're all just juggalos deep down inside, aren't we? Always have been. Yep. Man, I tell you guys, for some reason, just out of nowhere, I got this massive craving for Fuego. I don't know. Jax is over here playing. I just drugged this new rug that I got in and threw it over off the side, and he's over there playing on top of this pile of new rug. I kicked myself for not asking why more in my early classes. The thing is, it wouldn't have gotten anywhere, right? You shouldn't kick yourself for that because it wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Because the teacher has an agenda that she feels that she needs to follow to get through the day, to teach things. And it doesn't matter how many times you would have asked why, you would eventually got pushed off to the side. Like, we've got other things we need to get to. Now, maybe you would have found, you know, the teachers that are rock stars that do it for the love of teaching, and they would maybe have a special after school program or something that you could get into, and they can really unload there. But at the end of the day, school isn't about you learning, it's about everyone in your whole class learning collectively, which means you stay on the tracks and there's very little straying from that, right? So shouldn't look at it like that, because it's not, at the end of the day, that even if you were more inquisitive, it wouldn't have changed much. I listened to this crazy podcast about how Juggalos got labeled a gang by the U.S. government. I mean, but also kind of probably should on some level, right? Maybe not straight up. Maybe there are levels. Level 3 gang. I just want to see you blow someone's head off with the 74 in your hand. Well, it's dark right now, so there's not really anything going on outside anyway. So we're just chilling, talking. But, you know, it's funny because I know this is kind of how podcasts and stuff go, especially because I was literally his very first episode. So there's just it's very small, right? He just doesn't have an insane reach. So everyone's just kind of slowly hearing it in their own time. And it's also 3 hours long, right? But again, I've told you guys this several times. I do think that he did it right, and that's why I've actually hyped it. Like, if it kind of sucked, it was only just okay, I wouldn't have talked about it much. Trust me, there have been plenty of like episodes or people that have interviewed me or whatever that I didn't really promote a whole lot because I'm like, that wasn't very good. But I do think that Pain Dog did a really good job as a host, and always like the way personally how I think that a podcast should be structured for success. He did all those things without us ever talking about it ahead of time or anything. You talk about, as a host, you talk about yourself minimally. You want to talk about the guests. You want them to talk as much as possible. Fortunately for him, I'm pretty well versed in talking, right? So I can talk a long time. And he may struggle to get that out of other people in the future that aren't used to just talking, because it can be intimidating and for some people. But very front loaded on like one topic, as it is with his. Like, he's focused, the initial like theme or whatever is streaming. So he's kind of talked to me about streaming, and then it can go wherever, right? But it cover a lot of good topics lightly, as he did, and very much focused on me and learning about me in the front. And then as it transitions more, he can chime in more and be more involved toward the later half, and we can kind of discuss topics more like back and forth toward the end. I think that the way it all worked out and like was structured and everything, he did a great job. So that's part. I think that there are a lot of positive things that you guys are saying. I'm getting friends that listen to it and are also have comments to say. I don't think that's because of me in any way. That's him. Like the way that he structured it very well. I think that I've talked about this before. Like, we all have our views on somebody like Joe Rogan. I certainly have my views, but I will not ever deny Joe Rogan. I think that he does an excellent job, like as far as like how he structures and runs his podcasts, like from like a structured standpoint, and how it works out, I think is incredible. Like the dude does a very good job as like a host, I think. And I think that's it has become what it has for him for a certain reason. That's because he does it in probably the best way, in my opinion. Like how it's structured, how you interview someone, how you basically Joe doesn't input himself too much, right? Because he's a consistent part of every podcast. You will find out about Joe and his viewpoints on things, or who he is as a person, his stories, over many episodes, because he's always there. So he doesn't need to chime in on everything. You let the guest speak, and you just guide that conversation, and you don't let there be very many, like, you want as little downtime as possible. You want talking all the time. So as soon as you find that this person is done talking, you either make sure you have another question lined up so they keep talking on the same topic, or you find a really good time to change the topic and guide it from there. And I think he did a great job. And that's why, like, literally, that any of you guys that listened or saw that podcast, that was straight rip of 3 hours, not edit a single bit. He didn't change anything. And the thing is that will happen. And even with Joe's podcast, you see a lot of editing. But for us, we didn't have to. It was just a straight rip 3 hours straight, not no editing, no anything needed. And that's how I knew that I was like, okay, whether he succeeds or not, we'll see. But I think he can. I think he just does an excellent job as host. So I know who Pain Dog's talking to next. So he did Joshua, and then I know that he's doing Fresh and Cal and Jack, I think. Right? What are you doing, Tahiru? Thanks for tuning in. Welcome. It was a fun chat. So many emotions among the 3-hour chat. Quite the right. Yeah, and I know that a lot of you guys have different viewpoints from me, and that's okay, and of course good, right? So, I mean, there'll always be, hey, maybe in the future we go again and we get to talk on it, flesh out some other things a bit more. You're among the first handful of streamers that I saw on Twitch. I see you. You're a good, honest guy. Agree, disagree, you say it, which is a real thing that folks look for. Well, I appreciate that. I don't think that I'm anything special. I think I'm just a very normal person. And basically always. I'm weird in plenty of ways, but nothing special. And I do try to make that as clear as I can. And I appreciate all the kind things that all of you guys say, but I might have to mix up another drink soon. I'm empty here. Was watching Fresh stream earlier and he came in to talk. Oh, during the stream, Pain Dog was like kind of saying, hey, when are you gonna be very well spoken to? Well, I appreciate that. Keep in mind, anybody that feels that you're not very well spoken, I'll tell you guys something very important to this topic or this discussion is that I had a speech class my very first semester of college. And I was so nervous to do that class that I literally quit. I stopped going to class and I got an F, like a fail. I failed that class because I stopped going. I was that nervous. So it was actually streaming that changed everything for me. I absolutely could not handle public speaking in any capacity when I was younger. At all. Could not handle it. And then I started streaming and that changed everything. Because I went back to college later and I had a business communication class, which is basically a speech class focused on business. And I destroyed that class. To a level that my professor at the time pulled me aside after class and said, listen, you speak like you do a lot of speaking. Like I can just see it in you and I can hear it in your speeches. Like you know what you're doing and there's a reason why. And I want to know why. They didn't know me at all. They literally pulled me aside afterwards, after my first speech, and said, you're not normal. You're not the normal person that I have come through the class. There's more to you. I want to know why. And I wouldn't say at first because I didn't want people to know that I was a massive nerd, basically. I was like, no, I guess I'm just kind of natural. And then about 3/4 of the way through the class, my professor finally got it out of me what I did. And I've told this story a few times. My professor finally kind of got it out of me, what I did, and then tuned into the stream, and she literally flew a guy in from IBM that she was good friends with to watch my final speech. And then after my final speech and everybody left class, they pulled me aside and both of them said to me, "You need to quit college." And I was like, "What the fuck? You're my professor. What are you talking about?" Which, looking back, is a terrible, 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 terrible thing. I should have never listened to them and done it. At the way they were right at first. They were right. They said, "We've looked into Twitch. We've looked into everything, like all of this stuff. We think what you're doing, we looked at the trajectory of Twitch. We very much think that you need to quit college and go as much as you can into this, because what you're doing in college, your degree, whatever, you will never, like, you will end up making more if you go in on this. Like, this is your opportunity. It's something very special and you need to take it." That's what they were telling me. And they were right. They were right. I just kind of fucked up the landing, unfortunately. So here we are. Here we are. Yo, Dan Vincent, thank you for the Prime. Thank you for the 29-month resub. Thank you, Dan Vincent. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you. And you're right. It is all confidence. And what happened was, once I built the confidence, if I'm sitting in my room by myself talking to my monitors, and that is so weird at first for anyone. Doesn't matter because at first there's no one in chat, right? There's literally no one. So I'm sitting in my room talking to my monitors, and that is very weird. And once you start that down that road, then you're good. Like, it's all just building up the confidence. A sorting hat, yeah. There you go. Yeah, I know, Kabasi, I know. Yeah, there are plenty of things I would change if I could go back and... But, you know, whatever. Whatever. Maybe the correct decision would have been, you know, not play for TSM and keep streaming, that kind of thing. But that was a big part of my time in therapy and all that. Was like, I've been shouldering so much regret for so long now that was something I spent a lot of time talking about. Just dwelling on these bad decisions I made, you know? So. Can't change the past, but you can change the future today if time exists. I like how you threw that. I like how you threw that in at the end. Kabasi threw the LOL, but that was part of the discussion that we had with Pain Dog. Toward the end, it wasn't like combative, but I was trying to press him back a little bit, where I was like, some of the things that you're throwing in your opinion, but some of it, it almost felt like he was trying to say, because several times through the interview, he kept pushing me as like, you must feel that there's, what is this? What is this? What are your feelings on what this is? And a lot of, for me, I just kept saying, I'm not sure. I think a lot of that is that he feels that he has a strong feeling what this is, right? So then it felt like sometimes some of the, through the interview, the lines were blurred for me on what he was saying is like established known fact and what he believes, and that was kind of like getting blurred together. And I was trying to say, okay, well, let's continue to like set the lines between what is established, well-known facts and like what we believe, right? I think they're, you know, very separate worlds, right? So agree with you more. I'm not sure is perfectly valid. Yeah, I think you're always going to have that whenever you have any kind of podcast or interview or something like that. You're going to be like, oh, I wish I would have said this. In hindsight, what I should have said is, I'm not sure or I don't know, and that's okay in my opinion. I think it's okay and good. There's nothing wrong with not being sure or not knowing. And honestly, I think it's better. Like, I've talked to you guys about this on stream several times. I think we have lost that ability. That's, of all the good things that have come from social media, one of the worst, I think, that have come from social media is that we've lost the ability to say, I don't know, or I'm not educated enough on the topic to have a good opinion. Because social media has taught us that we need to have an opinion on everything as soon as we hear it or see it. So you don't have, we've lost the ability to just say, I don't know. Like how you just very, very often now, like you just don't hear that from people. I don't know. People would rather like act like they know and lie than say that they don't know now, which is weird to me. A bunch left over when Silk Road got shut down. Oh, Silk Road. Holy shit. Seahawks 34, 49ers 6. Absolute blowout. Nightmare scenario if you're a 49ers player, huh? X-Bite was right. I gotta say, X-Bite was right on this one. He's a prophet. He's a prophet. He called it. Nick Rose subbing too? What do you got to say about that? What do you got to say? What are you saying in your dog language? We got a Twitch Prime sub coming in from Nickro after, guys. Reminder, $100 tip. $100 tip. I forgot Prime was a thing. Yeah. It is easy to forget, I'll be honest. I mean, even I forget to use my Prime sub on people very often. So thank you very much, Mr. Nick Rowe. Thank you for your Prime sub and $100 tip. Jummy go with the pog slide this time. Jummy's on it, dude. Jummy is on it out here. All right, I may need a refresher on my drink real quick, guys. Spray him! Spray him! Not the squeaky merchant's fault. Oh shit, my bad, my bad. I didn't know I was on. I keep forgetting that some people that speakers are a thing. I haven't used speakers in years. It's always this. So you can hear it through my open ear headphones. Wait, really? My bad. My bad. My bad. Okay. No more squeaky. All right. Please refresh drink and use restroom. Okay, I'll do that right now. Guys, how long has it been dark in game? What the hell? I've been waiting to like I was gonna run outside after it got daylight, but don't worry, I sprayed him. He's fine now. Wait, are you talking about Jax or wait? Do you actually? Wait, have you been using a spray bottle on Murph this whole time and I didn't know? Absolutely not. He's in charge here. Oh, okay. Okay. All right, guys. Yeah, give me just a second. I'll be right back. Okay. I am back. It's interesting to think back on the choices enforced on our lives. A quote from a show I'm watching currently is, "We are born 1,000 men and die as one." Damn, that is a badass quote. I was enjoying my Dr. Pepper Zero cherry. All right, come up here. Come up here. What do you got to say, huh? What do you got to say? Little boy? What do you got to say? Wait, Jummy, have you watched my podcast episode yet? You want to talk about thinking? You know what you're gonna be thinking, like, oh, I wish you would have answered it this way. Oh, we'll watch it in the nude later. Great. Jummy, do we start a podcast? Should we start a podcast, Jummy? Wait, if we start a podcast, what's it gonna be about? All right, so here's the thing. I've very often thought about starting a podcast. My issue is I don't feel that I'm knowledgeable about one singular topic enough, because I do think that podcasting is probably very similar to the way that Twitch works, where with Twitch, if you want to grow your channel, you need to focus on one game and build like a foundation there, and then you can branch out. So I do think that you kind of need to, like, as you start your podcast, you probably need to focus very much in one area. And then you could do the eventual Joe Rogan stuff down the road where you can have on random people and talk about whatever. And your podcast has become totally different at that point, right? We can just talk to people about whatever they're interested in, or how this cool person. No. I'm not saying that Joe Rogan has. I don't praise Joe, and other than I think that he, like, no matter how you feel about him, I like to give people the credit they deserve. And I think that Joe, take all the topics, take everything, the politics, anything out aside, and you only put in a vacuum Joe running his podcast the way that he does and the way that it's structured with people coming in. I think that there's a reason he's successful. It's because he runs a podcast very well. The way it's structured, the way that he is a good host and gets keeps conversation flowing. There's always noise, basically. There's someone always talking. Like, you can't deny him that. And if you are, I'll be honest, you're just hating at that point. Like, he's a very good podcast host. And there's a reason he's successful. Now, of course, I disagree with him on a million things. Some that are really dangerous, of course, but I will always give people the credit they deserve. Not sure you know enough. You literally just went on one where you said the host said we never die. I think you're good. Well, it's more, I think it's more about, I don't feel that I'm an expert on very many things, or not anything that I feel I'm an expert on enough that I could continue to have people on to begin with. I'm not expert enough in these fields that I think are interesting enough to get people to tune in. A good interview can make a good podcast for sure. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. It's like, he's an excellent interviewer, I think. Not only is he an excellent interviewer, I think he does a good job in that structure as well, because it's 3 hours long, right? So you have to be able to make that continue. Yeah, that. Saying you don't need to know the factual foundation. What you need is overall understanding of the world and a lot of good questions. Yeah, sure. I agree with you guys, but I think it's kind of like, keep in mind, I'm on the opposite side of this, so I see it a lot differently, or a lot more different, or a lot, whatever, different than you guys do. Because for me, I see podcasts very similar to streaming as, if I'm sitting and I'm talking, or if I'm sitting and streaming and I have 0 viewers, it's very hard to keep the conversation going. It's all on me. Whereas if I am sitting here and I have a bunch of people talking in chat, it's easy to keep the conversation going, right? I think I'm more equipped than I was before, but I do think personally, maybe I'm off on this, somebody like Joe is, in his situation, he's got he can have whoever on now. It's easy for him. Is what I'm trying to say. It's going to be much easier for him to do what you're saying. You guys are talking about like, well, it's easy to do what Joe is doing now. Sure, but the thing is getting to that point. Starting now, like for me, it's more like if I'm going to do a podcast, I want it to be successful. I don't want to just do like a 10 episode podcast of let's talk about the best way to draw on eggshells with Sharpies. That's our podcast. Well, I can bring in experts, people that are really good at this kind of thing, and we can have some interesting conversations, but it's very limited, right? Not only is it limited, it's how many people are super interested in that kind of topic, right? So I feel like if I look at like what I would potentially do, you kind of need to be niche, but you need to be niche in a area that people will listen to and tune into as well. And as of right now, if I look at that, nothing jumps out to me that I am knowledgeable enough about, passionate enough about, in a niche area that I think that would be a successful podcast. So, you know a lot about streaming and pro gaming from the management experience, so you could interview streamers. Sure, but the other side of that is, I kind of don't want to. I feel like I don't want to narrow down on streaming, and also Pain Dog is doing that, and I'd be the biggest. No, I would never do that to him. Like, I'm not going to go do exactly what he's doing and covering that same area. At this point, anybody in my chat, I would never. Yeah, I know you didn't, since you haven't watched Kabasi. I know you didn't know that. Podcast thing, either you go very niche or very general and niche down as time goes on. Yeah, I think starting niche is probably smarter personally, but 41-6, absolute blowout. Damn, you were a prophet on this one, XBot. You fucking called it. Hang on. What were your exact words? Let me see if I can pull it up. I think the Seahawks are going to destroy the 49ers tonight. Absolute profit on that. Called it. When you started streaming, did you think if I want to be successful, I should do XYZ? I would say you have the voice, have the energy, have the general IQ to handle figuring it out. That's fair. I think those are good points, and I appreciate you saying that. I will always be my own worst critic, so. Nostra X-Spy. Yep. This game is not as good as last night. I'll be honest. Sometimes it's nice seeing a good blowout whenever you're a fan, right? The people in Seattle are loving this. They couldn't. If you're a fan of that team, this is what you want to see. This is the best thing. If you're just like a football fan, I suppose, and you're just like, I think you're overthinking into paralysis. This is value in chatting with smart people. We all learn. Don't get me wrong. I would love to do it and talk with incredibly intelligent people. Guys, how many of you have seen it's Star Talk, I think, is the name of the podcast that Neil deGrasse Tyson has. His co-host fucking ruins that podcast, in my opinion. because he has, like, I understand you have to keep it fun, but my God, he has some of the most intelligent, amazing people on the podcast, and that guy just ruins the vibe for me. Jummy, if we do a podcast, are you going to ruin my vibe, dude? Wait, we got We got to include Cal too. What if we do a podcast where we literally have 0 guests and it's just me and Jummy and Cal every single day? I'm kidding. Hey, the guns are coming out. Sniper rifle time. Oh, true. We do need Tristan involved as well. That is true. Tristan will definitely, the thing about I told you guys this. Whenever I first started streaming and I was posting videos to YouTube, it actually like got in my head a lot. It made me feel bad. Whenever my more successful videos were always like very controversial. Not in a way that I saw, but it's DayZ, right? Like, you shouldn't have killed this guy there. And then other people are saying, yeah, you should have. And they're all fighting in the comments. And I'm like, damn. I kind of wish I wouldn't have killed the guy now. That kind of thing. Now, fast forward to where I'm at now, and I was doing these videos with Arc Raiders, and the ones that would pop off are the ones where people are arguing in the comments the whole time. And now I'm like, basically, back then, I wanted everyone to like me. And now I understand that will never be possible. And I don't care about that anymore. And what makes a successful video is when people are arguing in the comments. So I loved it then whenever my Arc Raider videos were doing well. Because people are arguing the whole time in the comments. And now I know. That's what you need. I'm 2 beers in and heavily buzzed. Haven't felt this in a while. What? Damn. You just hanging out having some drinks with us tonight, Cal? Cheers, dude. Love you, brother. Thank you for your friendship, man. Tristan is the guy that would get everybody arguing in the comments. 100%. Tristan is that fucking guy. Some people like that friends just talking and laughing type of podcast. I can't stand it. I'm a huge podcast listener. Yeah, I also keep in mind I actually don't listen to podcasts. Even like Rogan's podcast. I will tune in whenever it's somebody I want to hear from. I don't listen to all of his podcasts. I think I talked about this somewhere. I don't consider myself a podcast listener because there's no one that I listen to all the time. I'll only tune into certain people and they have the people I want to hear from. Like Theo Von had on Bernie Sanders. So I listen to that, right? That's the kind of person or listener I am. So I'm on board with you on that, Kabasi. Yo, thank you, Cron Job. I appreciate you being around. Thanks for the kind words and support. It means a lot. Goes back to confidence and speaking publicly. But now you're talking about the confidence to be yourself. All confidence. Yeah. I'll be honest. I wouldn't have felt confident enough even saying, I mean, this is how I felt, I don't know how to describe this, like the grip over my own life. I felt from my family, and I think probably a lot of you guys can relate to this. I felt the grip of my own family's influence controlling my own life so much that I wouldn't have even felt comfortable admitting that I drink or have questionable thoughts about if God is real or not, these kinds of things before. It took a long time for me to feel like I could just think for myself and get out from that kind of like grip over me, you know? Like they can't know that I have ever smoked weed before, you know, that kind of thing. And I think that's a very Midwest thing, especially, but I know that it goes much further than that. So this podcast was the first one that I ever did where I actually I felt comfortable just saying what I think about things. Now, to be fair, I didn't, like you guys, when politics came up, I didn't go heated into it, right? I didn't actually say bang, 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 bang. Here are my opinions. I didn't like get mean with it. I think it was just more of a very general, you understood where I view things, and like enough that anyone on both sides can understand and agree with, kind of thing. Drinking and watching tank battles on some history thing. Wait, is this like YouTube different monitor or on TV or what? Greatest tank battles on Amazon. Okay, I need to look at this. That sounds super interesting. Sure, I agree with that, Kabasi. I agree. It does seem that way. Yeah. As a teen, when I told my parents I wasn't sure I believed in God, my mom said, "Shut up. Yes, you do." Oh, that's so funny. And what makes it so funny is I think a lot of us have that exact same kind of parent, right? That's so funny. Good interviewers. Oh yeah, Sean Evans, yeah, the Hot Ones guy. Yeah, he's super good. Super good interviewer. What's up, Mike? Good to see you. Mike, I don't know if you tuned in last night. I don't think you did, huh? At least I don't remember. I did the food stuff last night. I can't remember if you did or not. I was here for bed. Okay, as long as you knew. Yeah, yes, I did the food stuff last night. So if you're you missed it live, but the VOD is up. So if you want something to check out, I think it was a mess. So guys, I'm a little bit, was it brutal? Actually, it wasn't too bad. Like I never even had even like a 5%, not even a low level of I'm about to throw up. What made it tough was doing it because I think all of us could eat something gross once, right? But I had 3 hours straight of eating gross stuff. That was what made it rough. I feel like I immediately need to have Joshua I wins on where he starts talking about the difference, or the evolution or the simulation theory and religion are like the same thing. I need to I need to talk this out with him. Guys, maybe we need to figure out something else. So you could, like, Hot Ones level. LA Beast chugged the simulation theory in 5 seconds flat. Guys, see, this is why Jummy would be. I think Jummy is secretly a genius. And this is why I feel like I'm gonna start a podcast with Jummy so he can carry it and make he can carry it and make it successful. And I'll just laugh at Jummy while he's talking. I heard a compelling argument that UFOlogy is a modern version of religiosity. What the fuck? I didn't know that was a word. Also on a podcast, funny enough. All right, Nick Rowe, let's start a podcast on Halo 2. I'm sure all of the old H2 guys will be so excited to jump in and talk about the glory days. If we start enough podcasts, surely one of them will succeed, right, guys? We'll literally just call the podcast BXR. Yeah, I 100% will. The thing is, I think the dangerous territory, with like somebody like Joe Rogan is, I'll be honest, I give him as much as people like. This is how I know I'm in the middle on a lot of things. People say they're in the middle. So many people say they're middle politically. This is how I know I'm in the middle. I give Joe Rogan a lot of credit or like room because if I try to put myself in his shoes, I think a lot of what he's doing is, I think he actually doesn't seriously understand the level of like people that he reaches and such. I think he's literally thinking that he's going to sit down and have a podcast and literally just talk to the boys kind of thing. And if you dial that back and let's just take it small and say you and your friends, like all of us say things amongst our friends that maybe either A, we wouldn't say publicly around a lot of people, or B, you feel like you feel like you can be a little bit more what's the word I'm searching for here? Exposed or whatever, like vulnerable. Right? So I give him that leniency because I think that it feels like it's actually genuinely just that, where the guy doesn't, he's just approaching his podcasts with the like, I'm just talking with the boys kind of thing. And I know that not everyone's going to meet me there, and a lot of people are going to be like, no, absolutely not. But that's kind of how and why I see where he is in like his podcast. So to me, I mean, you guys literally saw it from me in my discussion with Pain Dog, where if I'm disagreeing with somebody, I'm going to start pushing back real hard. And that's where it can be. Over time, you could do it as a good host. Like if I'm talking to somebody that like Joe does, I'm not gonna not platform people that have bad opinions. That's like a very leftist thing. Like, this person shouldn't be on these podcasts. They should never be platformed, right? I'm not gonna. This is how I know. Like, I'm also not super left either, because I would platform these people, but I'm just gonna tell them ahead of the cast, like, come in, but understand, I'm gonna push back on you, right? I'm gonna push back on you, and I'm not gonna be aggressive, but I'm just gonna push back on you in certain ways, right? So I would have these people on, and instead of just letting them take control and say whatever they want, I would let them introduce themselves, their thoughts, all these things. Again, this is like, I don't know if it's Joe Rogan that like pioneered this structure, but it is the most successful structure, I think, to podcasting, where the first, you say 3 hour is them talking about themselves, establish their background, learn about them, and you let them just riff, and you keep that going as a host, and then you get more combative or like actual discussion toward the end, and that's where I would be like, understand, like, this is not, then get not necessarily combative, but like, I'm definitely going to give massive pushback toward the end. You can't get more middle than right-wing Canadians. We agree with our social programs, but don't go too far left. Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm not super caught up on your guys' politics, so it's tough. I don't feel comfortable like commenting too much here. It's tough for me to comment. I'll be honest, because I don't know. But it does seem, at least just on face value, seems like good, right? That's the issue with America, is that they've done a very good job of demonizing any social programs and support of lower end Americans and demonizing them. They are the problem. So you guys are ahead of us on that front, at least. So if you don't platform them, how can you challenge them or find middle ground? Helps everyone to talk it out. Yeah, I mean, there would be certain people that I wouldn't platform, or if I do, I'd be like, listen, I'll platform you, but you need to understand, I'm going to be very combative with you, and I'm going to do everything I can to make you look like an idiot. So, do you want to come on or not? Like, but I would just be upfront with those kind of people. Joe doesn't really push back, though. Maybe he does. I've only listened a little. If you want to see it, that's kind of what I was saying. It's like, that's how I would be different than somebody like Joe. Is if I was in his shoes, I would push back a lot more personally. No, I wouldn't. At least ideally in my like set up hypothetical situation, I wouldn't push back at first. I would let them just say what they want to say about themselves and these kinds of things in the first third, and then the back half I'm going to town, so Terry Gross, she's kind of a dick sometimes. Okay, I'll look into that. She's extreme examples though, like having Fuentes saying the most wild and absurd shit is actually providing value to the topic, or is just a vehicle to get clicks, do the absurdity. Should you give that guy more of a platform? I guess absurdity is relevant to the platform, or relevant to the position you currently hold. Yeah, so actually, you guys want to know how I know that, like, my views on things, or this is how I know. I don't want to say like I'm patting myself on the back, but a little bit. I'll be honest. is that I feel that I'm open-minded enough to change my mind on things. And one of the biggest things that made me change my mind or like understand this was the Trump ban on Twitter. Because you guys know my politics. Yeah, I do think that Trump, January 6th, all that should have disqualified him in every single way. All that aside, he deserved, in my opinion, deserved to be banned over that. All of that. The issue is what changed, right? Nothing changed. So for me, I used to very much be a certain people should just be banned whenever they're very obviously promoting and doing extreme things, like promoting violence, whatever. But then I learned after that what came of that? Nothing actually really changed from Trump getting banned on Twitter. And matter of fact, it only even kind of like made him a bit of a martyr, right? So I took that as like a lesson, a learned lesson that, okay, we can approach this in a better way where less people are getting banned. You only really ban the ones that really, really need it. And you confront these people. The better way is confront these people and make them look like idiots. So that's tough with Fuentes because he's extremely intelligent and very well articulated, right? But it's at that point we've proven that just banning people or excluding them from the conversation doesn't work anymore. They can and will find another way to get their message out because of the internet. So you have to challenge it and you have to squash it. Publicly. Banning just doesn't work. And this is like a very deep discussion, right? Because people think that like banning people on Twitter or whatever is like shutting down free speech. Guys, we at that point you've lost you can't be like serious. If you think somebody getting banned on Twitter or whatever platform you're just not a serious person if you think that is not free speech, because you just have to understand the way the world works. That's a private platform, right? And of course you can be banned on those whenever this private platform bans you. Now, do you want to put massive pressure and say, hey, we want this person because we want this platform to continue to be something of like a platform of free speech, whatever? That's a different discussion. Sure, absolutely. But like, that's not the way the world works. That's product of us, our government, everything, like allowing these platforms to become massive monopolies on speech and that's a totally different discussion, right? But like, at the end of the day, you only really have like this free speech when you go into public and you start saying it there, right? If a platform bans you because you say something against their terms of speed or terms of service or whatever, that's them, right? That's totally different. You don't have just like that's the best way to put it. Free to say what you want, not free of consequences. Yeah. So better ways to prove your position is better. That's always been that way. Yeah. And no, I hear you, Southern Belle. As far as like my problem discussing things is I'm not good at articulating the point I'm trying to get at. Never have been. and I've been there, and I'm still learning and getting better. And this is why I told you guys last time we had a like kind of political discussion. Whenever it comes to politics or any of this kind of stuff, I don't have. I think the whole influencer thing on politics is a big problem because that's what a lot of people rush to. It's like, what's my, if I'm, fucking party bus. I'm not shooting anybody out of a party bus. Anybody driving the party bus around is just trying to have a good time. Have at it. Damn, I love this song. Good fucking song. Wait, where was I? You guys are gonna have to remind me. Seattle won. Seattle's like another place I'd love to live, so I like to see Seattle doing well. So love that. Also, fuck the 49ers. Come on, give me a break, Mike. Let's see, I understand what happened on January 6th. Trump offered the National Guard to come out, and Pelosi is the one who nixed it. She even said it on tape. Also, certain broadcasts cut some of his speech, especially the part where he said, march down there peacefully, protests. That's kind of biased. So, okay, so quick, hopefully we can just lightly cover this. I'm not trying to get too political tonight. I'll save that for another night where I'm a little bit more drunk. That's not what is like. Those things are not what's the problem with January 6th, in my opinion. And if you want really like, this could be like a very, very, very long discussion. Why January 6th was so bad, and why, to me, like he should have never, like at that point you're disqualified from being president ever again. All this stuff. It's not anything you just mentioned in your post, because those are like things that you could argue back and forth. They're gray lines. And you go past that, right? And you go straight to what was bad. Is that the issue was that Trump challenged, as he should or deserves to, or the results of the election in court, and lost over 60 court cases. Trump knew very clearly through court cases they were not able to prove. They had zero actual proof of anything, and not only did they lose, they actually and this is how if Trump wasn't president right now, he'd probably be in jail because of his fake elector scheme stuff. Like these things are illegal, massively illegal, like very, very, very bad, traitorous things. These are the back end. It's all these things that nothing what you said to me that's all just people talk about that, but it doesn't matter in my opinion because it can be like, okay, what was his true intentions or whatever. His true intentions come through court cases, come through the fact that whenever all of these things were going on, even his own son, like several people were talking about how even his own son was trying to get him to tell, like, put out tweets or whatever to tell people at the Capitol to stop. They knew it had gone too far, and he didn't want that. He wanted, basically, without saying it publicly, was Pence to be killed, right? So, and even if you set that aside, you say that okay, whatever, that's all speculation, whatever, that's fine. The court cases and the fake collectors, that is what proves that they had treasonous intent, right? So, to me, I'll put it this way: we can get down and dirty talking about all of this, but why? Like, what in the flying fuck are we doing trying to reach into the hay bale to find the needle over Trump? Like, do you guys not have a single other fucking guy that could be like, there are how many billions of people on Earth? How many people live in America? How many millions of people live in America? You can't say, yeah, that guy sucks. We'll try somebody different. We have to literally bend and snake our way around the rules of America to let this one guy through, instead of just like saying, yeah, okay, that guy did some weird, dumb shit. We'll just bring in somebody else. And that's, to me, that's like applies to both sides. This is why this whole stuff with Tim Walz, like so many people on the left are talking about, he shouldn't step down. He shouldn't have stepped down. I think that's the best thing he could have done. We need more of that. We need more people stepping down, because it's not like there aren't plenty of other people that can step up in politics. Like, when things like that come up, like, we should promote more churn. We need more churn. We especially don't need these old and insanely old people like Biden and Trump. Like, holy, do any of you seriously think that Trump knows a damn thing about the internet or AI or did Biden know any of these things? No, neither of them. Neither of them actually know the way the world works right now. We need to stop electing these people that just don't understand the way the world truly works right now. Anyway. All I'll say, one more political thing that I need to get in here. I need to throw in real quick, because it's frustrated me. I see people come in from other countries. I'll be honest. I've held back on any kind of like protests or anything, but this Greenland shit is the most insane shit I've ever seen in my life. And I promise you guys, this is where I will go out and start protesting. I've tried to not get political or whatever. This Greenland shit is the most insane shit I've ever heard in my life, and I'm done. No more. Like, whenever we contain it in our country, we can all argue or feel how we want. But the Greenland shit is very clearly, I'll be honest, like people in the rest of the world are going to look at us as Americans and say, what the fuck are you people doing if you're going to let them get away with this Greenland shit? Because the people in the rest of the world are going to look at us while we're arguing over what's going on in our country and be like, yeah, that's your own fucking problem, right? But the Greenland stuff, also same thing with Venezuela, but especially the Greenland stuff. I promise you guys, this is my line, and I will be out in the streets on this one. I will be out in the streets. So, yeah, I don't need a poll to tell me anything on that shit. No. Anyone on the other side of the whole Greenland stuff is just batshit crazy. I think it's too late. Already burned that bridge with the EU. Yeah, sure. Like anyone that's traveled abroad, literally just that Trump was even a possible candidate in 2016, everyone thought we were idiots. So, yeah, I think that we've lost a lot of respect across the world, which is, discussion for another day. But, yeah. I've been a USA fan since I was born, but I think this Venezuela, Greenland thing is a bit over the line, so to speak. This is why I talked about this on the podcast with Pain Dog. I think so many of us agree on so many things more than we think. And I think that this is batshit insane. Hey, X-Bye, I love you, man. I love you. I appreciate you a lot. And I know that you've had this stance and have stepped out many times on politics. So I get it. I love you to death. I appreciate you. I appreciate you being here, supporting. It means a lot. And hopefully, I don't know if you watch the podcast thing, but I also understand your stance a lot. And I appreciate it and totally respect it. So hopefully you understand that. Hopefully you know. Love you to death, man. One thing that's disturbing to me, the whole world, at least NATO, hates on Putin for attacking Ukraine, but why is it okay for Trump to do what he did in Venezuela and then harass Greenland? Yeah. I'll be honest. It feels very weird to me to be in a country and see that happen, and I don't know how to put this. Like if I look at Russia and what's going on, I think that like I can very clearly be very vocal, right, about what's going on there. Like, this guy's a fucking maniac. I don't understand, why are the Russian people not doing something? And then that same thing is happening in my own country, right? I'm seeing Trump do what he did with Venezuela and now Greenland, and I'm like, it goes to show very clearly. It's like the perfect example of how, and this is what I've told you guys so many times, my favorite thing that came from my travels is really getting to put names to faces and meet people in other countries and understand that, like, it's the governments that you hate, not the people. When I go to Russia, Ukraine, wherever, it doesn't matter where I would end up, the people are like me. The people think how I do. We all think and believe in so many common things. Like, we're so much alike across the entire world, and our governments are disgustingly evil. But Venezuela is grateful for his intervention because the people were being killed, starved, and tortured. That administration, I think, makes it different. Greenland's a bad idea, IMO. All right, so here's the issue. I can meet somebody with the whole, like, let's just say, let's set up the hypothetical that we did actually truly free the Venezuelan people, and they truly, like, almost everyone in Venezuela appreciates it and wanted that to happen. Okay, why them? Why not North Korea? Why not many countries in Africa? Why? Because oil, right? It's not because of the reasons that you said there, right? They disguise it that way, which is fine on some level, where you're like, okay, well, of course we want the best for these people. The issue at the end of the day is that it's very clear that several times over across the entire world that the U.S. has continued to make not only poor decisions, but there's, like, Iraq, for example. Invade Iraq. A ton of lies told to convince the American people to be all in, and we came off a massive terrorist attack, so everyone was fired up, wanted revenge. So it was pulled off, right? And then there's no actual real plan going in. There's no actual real plan to support the country, to pull out any of this, right? At this point, as an American citizen, and I assume, like, how other people in the world would see it as, let's put it, like, just boil it down to the simplest terms, is that America cannot be trusted. It's not America shouldn't be the world police, because, to be honest, maybe people or many countries across the world would be like, hey, you know what? If America can be the world police, if we had a proven record of going in, taking care of injustice, and setting up a prosperous, better future for every country, maybe people would see us in that light and be okay with us being the world police. The issue is that we have an extremely terrible record about being the world police. So, first of all, it's very complicated, right? Like, we should stop this. We should stop, because we can't do it right. Very clearly, we're not good at being the world police. So we should stop, first of all, even if, and I agree with you, like, okay, and this is, I'm trying to grant you or say that, like, everyone in, let's just say hypothetically, everyone in Venezuela appreciates it and wants it, and it was for the best. That doesn't make every situation right, correct? Like, okay, so let's say that this one was right, but then you dig deeper, and it wasn't about that. It was never about that. Two big reasons, which is insane to me. I can't believe people have had the wool pulled over their eyes this hard. Trump and everyone in this government is saying, literally just saying it's for the oil. They're literally just saying it out loud that it was for the oil. I mean, that's pure insanity. Like, just straight pure insanity. Right? Number two. The other way they tried to disguise it was saying that he was a terrible drug trafficker or drug deep involved in drug cartels. So then why did Trump pardon an even bigger drug trafficker just before from Honduras? He pardoned them. Right? So you just have no moral ground to stand on in these situations. This is why I do 100% agree that Greenland and Venezuela are very different situations. But for me, growing up as someone, I voted for George W. Bush the first time. I grew up very religious and Republican. I voted for George W. Bush because that's how I was taught growing up. I saw what happened in Iraq. If I felt confident enough in my own country to be the world police and establish prosperous futures for people across the entire world, you better fucking believe that I would be like, listen, I'd be defending us. Hey, look at our track record. Sure, it fucking sucks ass. Some people get invaded and die, and this is terrible, but look at what comes after. Look at the proven track record we got. But we don't have that. We don't have anything. We have zero standard to stand on. And it just... So, the whole... I've heard this before. We're going in to liberate the people and make it better for them. I've heard that garbage line before, and I will not fall for it again. I will not fall for it again. Africa should be stopped from killing Christians as well. IMO. These are just my opinions. No expert. Yeah, Iraq was poorly executed for sure. America isn't trusted anymore as a world police, at least in my eyes, from my view. Yeah, very much. When you travel out of the U.S., we used to be like so respected and held in wide regard, but when you say that you're an American abroad now, people will definitely give you more of a sneer these days. I hear America First is the reason cited for many Americans for disapproval of the Greenland action. I think there's more immediate and more important reason to be against it. It's a shitty thing to do, and Greenland have said no thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, like I haven't really dove in too hard, but yes. Yes. But would you rather China or Russia have the oil? Or US? Yeah. Yeah. This is exactly where we are with the whole. This kind of. I know what you're trying to say there. Like you're being sarcastic. Well, for those that don't understand, that's the issue. we're over here fighting over oil whenever we could just put all this in the dirt and everyone else in the dust, investing and seriously progressing in solar power. But instead, we have these very old people in power that don't understand the way technology truly works, and they're looking to enrich themselves. So we're falling behind as a technological power slowly because we won't embrace the future. We want to embrace the past. Bush at least tried to craft a narrative, weapons of mass destruction. Trump didn't even try. Yeah. I defended the Iraq war in my middle school debate, parroting. Yeah, dude. Oh my God, we're the same person. We're the same person. I did the same. Holy shit. We're the same fucking person. What I heard him say about oil is the money was going back to people of Venezuela. Yeah, so I don't know if you saw the recent update about how Trump sent, or is starting to send oil, all the oil money to a bank in Qatar. One day we might face an enemy from outer space. Technically, it should be fairly possible, but instead we're fighting over random stuff in our tiny bit of space. God damn. Isn't it insane whenever you say a line like that so many people discredit that and think that that's like science fiction or something? And to be fair, their official stance is that the money will go from Qatar back to Venezuela. Yeah, but why did it even go to Qatar in the first place? Anyway, I've been a bad boy, basically. I've not been out protesting as I should have. I should have been more active. Basically, I was concerned about like losing my job and things of this nature in the past, about being more active on things like BLM or whatever. And I should have been more active, but I promise you guys, this will be my line in the sand. The more this Greenland thing grows, I will be out in the streets. I promise you. And Austin is a city of protests, as hopefully many of you guys know across the world. Austin is a city of protests. I've messed up and not been as active as I should, but this will for sure be my line. Because I can only imagine just putting myself in the shoes of someone else that lives in another country and looking at the U.S. and like seeing the things we're doing, and me just sitting here running a stream like everything's okay. The Greenland thing is, I will be more active. Exactly, Dan Vincent. You're speaking my language. You're speaking my language on that one. What happens if Trump offers every Greenland citizen $1 million to become a U.S. citizen? I mean, hopefully, the hope there would be that surely all of his supporters, hopefully, would maybe see like, wait, hang on. I elected this guy to fix our country, and now we're just we're giving these people money? For why? I shit is fucked. Explicitly targeting people because they have Latino accents. My wife is afraid, and she's not even illegal. Yeah. I'm not sure if I keep the politics stuff going or not. And we've only slightly scraped the surface of my political views. No, I know, Kabasi. I appreciate that about you. I definitely know you would more than gladly move on, but it's weird and stupid of me. I'll just straight up admit it. It's stupid of me to try to draw my line at Greenland, but I think it's very clear that that is the one that actually probably speaks loudest to the rest of the world, because of if we're just dumbasses in our own borders and stupid about the things we're doing here, that's fine. But once we start trying to take over other countries or land that belongs to other countries, like, wait, what? That's pure insanity. Actual pure insanity, right? So I can't actually show my face as someone who is on the internet to people that live in other countries. I can't show in my opinion, I truly cannot show my face here on my stream a single other time if I'm not out in the streets over the Greenland stuff. And I will be. I promise you guys, I will be. Unfortunately, that's the best I can do, and I yeah, Kabasi. I think you're right on that, yeah. Honestly, I'm trying to be as honest as I can on this, Southern Belle, that I appreciate your open-mindedness enough to like, not only sit and listen to things that are against your viewpoints or as you feel, but also support it. Like, you're continuing to support the channel, and to me, that is very big of you. Very, very big of you. Because my channel isn't where it's at because I say things politically that people don't agree with, but it doesn't help, right? So there are very few people that are here that are on the other side of the aisle from me that continue to support the channel, especially monetarily. And you're here all the time and supporting on that level, even though you know very clearly that we don't agree on a lot of things. And to me, that is the absolute definition of open-mindedness, and I appreciate that more than you know. Truly. Exactly, Kabasi. True. Very true. Tom, I feel you. I feel you. It does feel... You gotta cling to the hope where you can get it, right? It's much worse than that. Megram. It's... Yeah. I wish we would have this outrage about ICE when 21 million illegals were flooding into this country. All I remember is no one saying a word or one bitch about it when they continue to pour in under seek some asylum bullshit. I feel people are missing the target that the true problem was. But hey, if that never happened, ICE wouldn't be a thing today. But what do we know? Or what do I know? Nitro Burner. First of all, I appreciate your comment. And I hope that you don't feel, even if some people may like target your comment and try to get hostile, please do not feel that I feel that way, because as my hopefully my most recent podcast discussion, you can know that like I know very clearly like minds aren't changed by hostility and discussion. So I appreciate your comment, and honestly, like very clearly, you probably do not feel like you feel like you're speaking as a minority in the discussion here, right? So I don't want you to feel that way, and like we're gonna target you and belittle you, and I appreciate your comment a lot. All right, so I want to preface everything with that, and then I want to address it personally. That, in my opinion, I think if you really, really want my opinion, I think the Democratic Party is also I think the Conservative Party and what's going on there is obviously a failure, but I think that also it's very clear the Democratic Party is a failure too. I think we can, this is why I said on the podcast with Pain Dog that I think so many of us agree on so many things. We just approach it and think about it in different ways, right? So let's just take the topic of immigration for just a second. There's not a single person in this chat, surely, that wouldn't agree with like having a structured border with a good process. No. I don't have a podcast. I was on a guest on an episode, Nitro Burner. The issue with the immigration stuff is that, like, hopefully, fingers crossed, at this point, everyone can say, take a step back and look and see that all of our politicians are just dangling this in front of us as something to make us mad and continue to get them elected or whatever. Because can we please all just collectively acknowledge and say that, okay, let's just set up a hypothetical that the Democratic Party sucks and all they want to do is just allow unmitigated immigration into the country, right? Let's just set up this hypothetical, say that that's true, and then set it aside. And that, let's say that the Republican Party in this case they're the arbiters of truth, and they're going to fix the situation. So why, now that they have literally everything they could possibly want, they have the presidency, they have the House, they have the Senate, they have the literally even down to the Supreme Court, they have everything. Why haven't they even tried a single piece of legislation? Nothing. This is how you know that they're literally trying to just fuck you over and use this as manipulation, right? And I'm not saying that the Democratic Party is better, because they should have done it too, right? They had time to do it under Biden as well. That's why they all fucking suck ass, and why this isn't truly the issue that they don't let them fucking say this shit to you. Don't let them talk about the border like it's some issue or immigration is some issue and then let them do nothing about it. What's the issue? This is how I know that we have concerns about the same issue, but we're approaching in different directions, right? On the right, the approach is, okay, well, we're just trying to do what we can with ICE and whatever to like enforce the law and get people out of the country that should not be here because they're illegal. Right? And the left would be the other side of that. When in reality, neither of us, it shouldn't be a concern to either of us, because in reality, the people that we elected to go actually make fucking laws in our goddamn Congress should have had this shit immediately solved. At least like this time, even if they were just only like mostly slightly pathetic pieces of shit, they would go into like they all got elected based on something that was a resounding thing across the country. They got elected to deal with immigration, and then they're doing nothing. They're nothing. So at this point, it's very, in my eyes, it's very clear that the left and the right are becoming closer together, in my opinion, on this, because the Epstein shit. How can you, as a conservative, defend your party? I'm not, and okay, you can say that the Democrat. I'm not. Let's stop the both sides shit. Let's just say, and let's live in the now. Democrat Party sucks too. Okay, you guys, I'm gonna line up behind that one too. No one's. What are we doing? Your boys in power are defending pedophiles and skirting around it as much as they can, right? We can all agree and say that, right? So that's going on while you have everything. You have the ability. They don't have excuses. I mean, I'll be honest. Like, you look back to the Obama era. As much as you don't want to admit it, he did have an excuse of. There are a lot of things he couldn't do because he tried and he got very shut down. The Congress literally wouldn't even let him put a Supreme Court nominee in. Right? But again, we'll set that to the side. You guys know my views on Obama. Let's stop doing the this guy, that guy thing, and let's all collectively say this sucks. It doesn't matter if the people back then were worse or whatever, right? Like, Obama deported millions and no one said anything. And this is a deep discussion to be had, right? The issue, man, I feel like I could just talk all night about how so many of us agree much more than we disagree. A lot of that, like, I'm not, man, I am not going to ever go to bat for the Democratic Party. I promise you all this. Because I think they fucking suck ass. I think they're miserable and terrible and shitty. So, people that want to do they did this back, nah, fuck that. That sucked too. It all sucked. And everyone, hey, if, surely, can we all collectively agree tonight, right now, that anybody that breaks the law, it doesn't matter who the fuck they are, deserves their time in court and if they are convicted, deserves jail time or whatever the sentence is. Like, holy fuck. Why are we dancing around this now? I don't care if it's Bill Clinton. I don't care if it's fucking Bill Gates. I don't care who these motherfuckers are. Stop hiding behind anything. Fuck them all. Like, it's very clear to me. But so the issue, Nashville Burner, to get back to your issue, I think is we have an extremely ineffective Congress, presidency, Supreme Court. All these people are just idiots. They don't know what the fuck they're doing, and they're just doing nothing. And it's us, people that are fighting over a situation over. Like, I can meet, it's so easy. It's so easy. If all of us met out in the street and we discussed the situation where it's like, okay, well, this person here is illegally. They should not be in the country. Okay. And the other side would say, okay, well, can we just like set up a real actual system for them that isn't like extremely stupid and contorted and fucked up so they can enter the country correctly? And then the other side would say, yeah, okay, so let's do that. So so many of us agree on this kind of issue, but instead we have people at the top that want to use it to dangle in front of our face, right? So we're out in the streets fighting each other, where some people are like, I'm behind the cops, I'm behind justice, I'm behind following the law, and the other people that are like, I'm here for people, I'm here for empathy, I'm here for, you know, maybe this person is here illegally, but I want them to be able to have a fair process and, you know, these kinds of things. So both sides are right. Both sides are right. And then you have some dumbass walking in and shooting somebody that's unarmed. Right? And that's a whole nother thing that we can delve into. At the end of the day, these people are fucking losers and they need to get the fuck out of their job. If they can't, guys, if you can't step out of the way of a fucking car that's trying to turn away from you and you feel like you need to shoot them, maybe you need to go on a goddamn diet, first of all. All right? If you feel like you can't, if you're that threatened by somebody that doesn't even have a fucking gun, maybe you don't need to have that job, because there are plenty of people that can step up and handle that job and not be a giant sack of shit like you are and have empathy. The issue is, in the US right now, the division between the police and normal people is extremely wide, right? We do not, the police and the people that work in these positions, they've been separated from their communities, right? Like, look at how policing used to be done, right? Old policing used to be very involved, walking the beat. You know, they were in the community. They were there, out. They've divided the people and the police. So the people, let's put it this way. Are you just gonna snap your fingers and get rid of crazy people? Or are you gonna snap your fingers and have the police do like have better training and such, right? It's very simple. If like, my brother is a highway patrolman in Missouri, so I promise you guys, I think about my brother a lot, and people are fucking crazy, guys. There are people on drugs. There are people doing a lot of things. There are people that are very clearly trying to kill somebody that is just trying to enforce the law, right? The police are not some big boogeyman. It's that they are not aligned with the community anymore. And it's going to take a massive restructuring of, unfortunately, this is just how it has to work, in my opinion. The people have to believe in the police again. And you're not going to get that until you see the community, the police integrate and be involved and be like, show them that they care about the people again. The people have to believe in the police. That's the only way this shit works. So what are the, in your opinion, what are the best ways to make that happen? Killing, just walking out in the street, gunning down people that are not obeying the law? Does that instill any kind of like belief or like trust in the police? No, of course it doesn't. There has to be a middle ground. There has to be there are plenty of people that disobey the law. There are plenty of people that are fucking insane and crazy. And sometimes there are people that need to die, need to be shot, right? That's just how it is, unfortunately. But at the same time, there's the other side of that. Basically, when it comes down to like the situation that happened in Minnesota, you can say guys, anybody that is I can literally just straight up ask you to your face, anyone that is trained as a police officer, no police officer ever is trained to walk in front of a fucking car. Why? Why is that? This is the issue with ICE. They're not trained. They don't understand. They're just fucking random ass motherfuckers that are paid to go out there and do it, right? And this is why things like this happen. Because no police officer ever is going to walk in front of a car. Guys, how many of you grew up in the South or grew up in the Midwest or anywhere? How many of you guys have been around a horse? He didn't walk in front of the car. He was standing there, not moving. That's not true. How many of you have ever been around a horse? All right. You have the police and people in that kind of situation in authority need to treat the American people like a horse. You need to treat the American people like a horse. There are plenty of idiots. And all of us, unfortunately, all of us have to live our own lives this way. On out driving on the street, all these things, right? So how many of you have been around a horse, right? Whenever you deal with the horse, how do you walk behind a horse? Whenever you're taught how to be around a horse, you're taught to walk your way down and around the horse with your hand on the horse. So it can feel you walk around it. Like, because what are you taught? You're taught not to be behind a horse because they can randomly kick you and kill your ass. With one kick, you can die. So you're taught, if you're going to walk behind a horse, to have your hand on them the whole time, right? So you walk around them with your hand. Like, so if I'm walking down the side of the horse, I have my hand on it the whole time. So it can feel and know that you're walking behind it and it doesn't need to be scared, right? The thing is, like, maybe most of you probably don't know that, but some of you will. This is how you have to handle these situations. You do not fucking walk in front of a goddamn car, and you do not even put yourself in a situation where the car could be turned, where you could be in front. These people do not have training. They do not understand so all of a sudden, because this guy is a dumbass and he did something because he wasn't trained correctly, he shoots somebody that's unarmed. Okay. So if you take let's just take all of this shit and set it aside. Every fact about the situation that anyone wants to argue, set it aside. You want to know one thing about most police officers? Whenever you watch their body cam or their body cams, anything that happens in situations like this. If they have to shoot somebody, you want to know one very, very, very common thing in situations like this is that instant remorse and sadness. These policemen are crying. They're torn up. They're sad because they had to kill somebody. When this guy walks away and calls her a fucking bitch, he just shot an unarmed lady in her fucking car and calls her a fucking bitch. I'm no one's final judge, but that person does not need to have this job. That guy is a fucking sack of shit. In all fairness, I heard this officer was dragged down the road in another incident months prior. Is it BS? I don't know. The thing is, like, let's say that it is. Because I'd rather just give full credit to, like, absolutely sure. Why is the guy on the job? How are we treating our veterans, the people that deal with traumatic events? Why is he out here on this kind of situation if he is potentially compromised in that way? You know? It's just, he shouldn't have been out there. And this is, it goes to prove this guy should have never been near the front of a car. And no one seemed to mind when Ashley Babbitt was killed. I don't understand how this is comparable. I'll be honest, like just straight honest with you. So we're always just we just supposed to let people just break into our people that are literally outside. They're literally talking about trying to kill Mike Pence, and then they break in. They're beating police officers. They break in and then given warning after. So several times it was said they should have just complied. They should have just complied. They should have just listened. So while this guy is pointing his gun at her, breaking into our Capitol, saying, do not come any further. I don't understand how it's comparable. This guy was doing all he could trying to talk her out of it. And she was trying to move forward. I'll be honest. I don't see those as comparable at all. Also, as a European, even I see this as a situation as exactly what your Second Amendment was made to protect to protect yourself, your community against a tyrannical government. So I don't go there because that's something I'll be honest, like I can't, if I have a discussion with somebody that's conservative, I can't get them to align or understand on that one, unfortunately. But I agree with you. And it's like, the reason that some people, like, we're supposed to have guns and protect ourselves is from a tyrannical government. So then these people that are on the left out in the streets, not even using their guns, trying to protest against a tyrannical government, are killed. And you the thing is, I feel like so many of us in this chat tonight, even no matter what side you're on, if you were put out there on the front lines of a situation like this and you had people protesting in front of you, even if you're defending what one's like killing or whatever, I don't think that you would. And that's how I know that so many of us are alike. I know because I don't think that you would kill the person in front of you. I don't think that you would shoot them and blind them for no reason. I think that you would let them voice their opinion as they deserve to in the best way they know how. That's what I think about everyone here. I think it's only some select idiots that make dumbass decisions that drive us apart in these situations. I think if you or I were tasked to sit there in front of all these people protesting, that maybe you would be frustrated. But instead of reaching for your gun, you'd probably reach for your pepper spray. And if you're being pushed back, you're probably just going to back off. You're probably not going to just shoot these people. Right? And I think that's how almost every single person in this chat feels. So I'm not going to go to bat, and I hope that most of you don't go to bat for some one dumbass crazy person that shouldn't have had the job in the first place that makes terrible decisions, because we shouldn't. Like I want to hear that. I want to hear that from some. Like, do you feel like you'd sit up there and you'd shoot somebody that you intentionally put yourself up next to the car, you intentionally walked around the front or put yourself in a position to be in front of the car, and she's trying to drive away? How many of you guys would have pulled the trigger? How many of you in the chat would have shot her? I think none. I think none of you would have. I think none of you would have shot her. And you would have... Instead, I think all of you would have taken down her goddamn license plate and let her get taken to jail and spend a night in jail. Or whatever afterwards, right? I don't think any... And this is how I'm telling you, I think so many of us are alike. Instead of defending some dumbass that's shot for no reason, very clearly an unarmed person, right? It's a fight or flight situation. He's shot, but again, a cop pulls me over and tells me to get out of my car. I comply for safety and his and hers. So I'm going to meet you there on a lot of cases. I agree with you on like what you would do. I would do the same thing. Mostly because I understand the stress and issues that cops deal with. My brother's highway patrol, right? But we can't just keep operating that way. Like, our cops cannot continue to operate that way because they're going to continue to deal with people that are unruly, people that are not in their head correctly. Where's the line drawn? If your buddy does something slightly against the law one time and a cop is there, does he deserve to die? Right? No. Can you accept this as a knee-jerk reaction? Not sure if it was the correct thing to do, but possible. Yes, it was very clearly a knee-jerk reaction. My point is, like, the guy shouldn't have, for several reasons that came out later, the guy shouldn't have been. We don't, like, this is almost like a teacher situation, right? Like, we have people that are teachers teaching our youth, teaching our young people. They're literally our future, and we're paying them pennies, right? Why in the world are we not upholding our cops, the people upholding our laws, to insane standard? Not only should they have these crazy qualifications, but they could also be paid to that same standard, right? It's insane to me to think that somebody, that's how I would defend a cop, a knee-jerk reaction. And the issue, the other side of that, if it wasn't a systemic issue for years and years and years, hundreds of years of the police being a terrible force over the people and doing extremely terrible things, there would probably be more sympathy. There would be more sympathy among the people if the police were very involved in the community and felt the community's pain and were doing a great job of policing, and they made a mistake and they came out and they said, I'm so sorry. But that's not how things go. Instead, there are mobs of people that defend shooting an unarmed woman. Like maybe this is where the difference is, but guys, I don't care if somebody fucking runs me over. In their car. If they're not like if I can clearly see they're just trying to get away and they accidentally run me over, I'm not going to shoot this motherfucker. So sure, okay, we can differ there. Like the guy maybe this guy feels that he was in a situation that was just, what are we doing? Have we really gotten down to that point where this person is clearly unarmed and like the police have so many other issues to deal with, so many scary situations dealing with stopping people and going up and hoping that they don't. We've all seen all the clips of these actual crazy people that want to get out and try to kill policemen, right? Like this, to deny that happens is just dumb, stupid. Like police fear for their life every single day. And they should be trained at the highest level, and they should be paid at the highest level because of that. And the community should feel safe and protected by them. And we should feel very integrated with our police. It should be us and them together making things work. I agree. Every congressman / woman should make 1/5 of what they make and pay these teachers. Teachers should be absolute fucking rock stars. You guys want to talk about the whole meritocracy shit? That's where it should be. Let's promote and pay teachers that have crazy successful students, because they want to get out here and they want to put the extra time in, and like they're at home. Not only are they working at while they're in the classroom, they go home and they put a ton of time and effort into their studies and trying to get through to students and teach them and make them more intelligent in ways that gets through to them and makes them want to learn and excited to learn. My God, these teachers should be paid insane salaries when they're proven successful. They're insane money that they should be making. Hang on, sorry, Tom. I don't know. Nightbot deleted that. I'll just read it because I don't know that I can bring it back. Meritocracy is a lie. The richest man in the world spends half his time on ketamine and half tweeting hateful shit at random gay people. That is so true, first of all. But I think there's a middle ground to be met there, right? Where we can get into that another day. There's a whole nother discussion there around especially Elon. Yeah, the guy's a massive scammer. The issue for me there is that I see the things that SpaceX and Starlink and stuff are doing, and they're incredible. And I know that that's because there are some amazing, incredible people working there, and I admire that so much, and I hope nothing but their success. And I love that so much. It's just so many good things happening there, and I just want to see that continue to flourish. But yeah. Anyway, all I'm trying to tell you guys is as much as you want to hear stuff on this or that news channel or whatever, I promise you I'm way more closely aligned on things. Because if you want to have a real discussion, we're probably not having some of these crazy ass brawls in the street if we had better healthcare, if we had better mental support for people that have issues. Like it's all so connected. It's all so connected. And instead of like talking about how, you know, the root of a cause, we all start talking about some way down the line thing that resulted, right? Yo, Tom, thank you very much for the 3-month resub. Very kind of you. Thank you, Tom. I appreciate that. It's very, very kind. I'm maybe butchering your name, so I'm just going with the easy part. Don't hate me. Thank you, Tom. I appreciate it. Very kind. Elon has a discussion. He donates a lot of money to improve everyday life of people, which most billionaires don't. I mean, yes and no, right? Like, it's also my issue with Elon. What time is it? I'm not gonna keep talking about this too much. We'll save some for another night. My issue with Elon is he wants all the credit for being some superhuman genius, but then he doesn't want to like back it up, right? He wants all the credit for being some crazy extraordinary gamer, but then he paid people to play his accounts to get to that level, and he's actually not very good. Man, people would appreciate you so much more if you just admitted, like, I'm a gamer, I love games, I'm not very good. They would appreciate that so much more than watch him trying to say that, brag about being some top level gamer, and then we all found out he's actually really garbage at games. He just pays other people to play his account. Like, that should immediately show you what kind of person he is, right? Elon, I don't expect billionaires to go out and do a ton of stuff with their money, but Elon talked about, yeah, I would gladly try to solve world hunger if people would put forward like good proposals. And then people on several different world committees approach him and say, hey, here's our really good proposal to try to eliminate world hunger. And then he goes silent and doesn't do anything or want to engage. He's just extremely selfish and drugged out, unfortunately. So, again, like I've told all of you guys, I think I can meet people in the middle on so many issues. I promise you guys I can even find it here. I can understand. If I'm a billionaire, if I try to put myself in their shoes and I'm looking at the government and I pay how much money, billions of dollars to them in taxes, and I see them just using it to line the pockets of all their friends, to enrich themselves, to waste it. I don't see my money going to use to better America. Like, if I set up that hypothetical, surely all of you could agree. Like, if I'm a billionaire, I wouldn't want to pay those taxes either. You're just taking my money. I could use that money to do incredible things for my company that would maybe benefit the country more. I think they have a good point. right? I think that's fair. That's totally fair. Because I see the same thing, and I think that so many of you guys see the same thing. So many people don't want to pay taxes because you can't walk out your front door and see that money go into use in excellent ways. You don't feel like your money paid into taxes is... I can't walk out the front door and see it. So I see it. I see it and understand it from their side. That's why this whole, like, let's just tax billionaires more or whatever, that's not the solution, guys. It's not the solution. It's part of the solution. But doing that one thing solves nothing. It's all a web, right? It's all connected. There's so many things that have to happen at the same time. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Because what's going to happen? Let's raise taxes on billionaires. We tax them an insane amount. And then not a whole lot changes. Some changes, but not a lot. And then they use it as a talking point, right? We get look at how much we're getting taxed and nothing really changed. That's because money in politics, baby. Money in politics. Thoughts about Bill Gates? I'll be honest. I think that it seems like more and more is coming out about him being kind of scummy. Now, there's a difference between being an asshole and doing things that are illegal or whatever. I see that all throughout my life as I've learned and dealt with CEOs and these kinds of things. There are CEOs that are... It seems very common. CEOs are either assholes or they have a massive level of just lack of empathy, which a lot of times will just straight tie back to autism or something. That's what you just see very commonplace among CEOs. Which is crazy. But that doesn't mean that those things are not illegal, right? I'm not... Like, people should receive public pressure over those things, probably, but that's not illegal. And again, like I said, I can meet these people in the middle. I can understand why, if I was in their shoes, I wouldn't want to pay more taxes because... in our current situation, it doesn't really change a whole lot. Like, it changes some. But I mean, look at our current Congress. What are they doing? They're not doing shit. They're literally just sitting back arguing. No bills coming out. No actual good proposals. No, nothing. Fucking nothing. Kavasi, yeah, true. Like, surely all of us, this is what I'm saying, we can all agree, surely all of us in chat, right or left, can agree, why in the world are so many of our bills, why do we have a bill come forward and it's dependent on this dumbass thing over here that gets put in and this dumbass thing? These people are fucking losers. When a bill comes through, it should be one topic only. Yes or no, motherfucker. Like, we don't need this, I didn't vote for that because it had this extra garbage on it. Like, get this shit out of here. Pathetic. These people are all fucking losers. They need to all go. All of them. And I'll be honest, like, there are some good people in there. But you guarantee I'm throwing the baby out with the bathwater on this stuff. All of them. Everyone goes, because I don't care anymore. I know you put up the fight, the good fight. You've been principled and you've done a good job, but no, we're done. We're hitting the reset button. You're all gone. And we start putting in term limits for these people. We start putting in things that make these people want to fight for the people and not for their donors. You know? And I think We all agree on that kind of shit. So, anyway. Yo, what's up, Mac Tactical? Good morning. Somebody that hasn't heard our discussion yet that's still in a good mood, huh? Oh, good to see you. All right, one more. Did I come in at a bad time? No, just more politics, you know. Just watch the VOD where you ate the tripe. Happy you liked it. Yo, thank you for the 200. Oh, wait, sorry. That's 400 bits, Mike. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Yeah, I ate the tripe many times. That was the issue with what we were doing. It was a combination. I ate that shit so many times. Holy. Our new mayor's been great for great approval ratings. So here's what I want to say. One more here. One more, okay? Before I end for the night. While I do think that we have misstepped, and I can totally understand why the rest of the world doesn't see America in the great light that it did, that potential is still there. That potential is still there. And in my opinion, what returns us to that is being more open-minded about trying things. So I opposed Trump very, very, very much the first time he came in. Personally, I feel like I'm a very good judge of character, and I think Trump is a giant sack of shit. But the first time he came in, not the second time, the first time he came in, once I saw that he was elected, I was like, okay, fine. Maybe he can do what he said. Maybe he can get in and drain the swamp and fuck shit up and sledgehammer shit. And of course he didn't. We all saw he didn't do shit. But I gave him the chance. Right? And for me, I think we need to be better about that here. The whole Mamdani shit going on. Seeing people complain. So many fucking insane, dumbass people complaining about Mamdani becoming mayor without even letting him try anything. We need to be better about being open-minded to different things, because we're sitting here arguing over things that are the same. Nothing has changed, and we're sitting here arguing over it. Can we just stop arguing over the same damn things and say, you know what? Let's start trying some shit, because guess what? That's what we're afforded in America. We have a constitution, we have laws, all these things that afford us the ability to be flexible and try things. All this communism, socialism scare is garbage. Stop letting that shit get to you. You don't think that we are literally the longest standing constitutional country in the world. Like, our constitution and laws have stood longer than any other country ever. Ever. Which is crazy to think about, but it's true. Understand that it's okay to try things. It's okay to try something, and then together we can say we can try it, and together we can say that it didn't work and not do it anymore, right? What amazes me about Mamdani is the fact that the same city hit by 9/11 now votes for one of them. I guess never forget doesn't apply. I'm gonna go a little harder on you here, Natural Burner. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna go harder on you here. Why do you choose to see it that way instead of seeing it as the city that was hit by 9/11 has incredible forgiveness and understanding that there are crazies and no matter what religion or aspect of your life? Why do you choose to see the negative side? Because he used the damn Quran to be sworn in by, that's why. So, do you consider yourself religious? No, but I understand their Muslim domination. So you choose to look at least last I checked, Muslim was the... I don't want to speak out of my ass here. Is most prominent religions. Let me Google this real quick so I can be factual. Okay, so Christianity, approximately 2.4 to 2.9 billion followers. Islam, 1.9 to 2.1 billion Muslims. Okay, so second, just right behind Christianity. So you choose to allow the actions of so few to define a whole religion. And you say that if you feel as though that their entire religion is so violent, then why are almost all of them non-violent? See, these are the discussions that drive me so far away from religion. Because I'll be honest, I'm just going to be straight honest with you a second. I think this line of discussion is disgusting. Because I don't know... Okay. All right, well, let me know when you're back. We'll see. So close to never using Twitch again, only because ads. Man, this is why I don't play them. I wish I could control them. Unfortunately, they forced it now to where they auto roll them on you guys, and there's nothing I can do. I don't play ads. But Kabasi the fucking legend gifted you a sub, so refresh, and now you won't see anymore. Easy. Kabasi the fucking legend gifted a sub out to Megram. Thank you very much. Megram. Thank you. Joshua, I have a bone to pick with you. We gotta wait for another night though. On your simulation versus discussion, but also I want to see the full context before I go in. So once the full interview comes out, we need to have a chat. Actually, you know what? I want to have you on stream if you're down for it, and we can talk it out a bit more. How about that? Would you be down for that? No. Well, I no, it's not that way. I get it as well, Megram, and I don't play him. It's probably just me not understanding simulation theory. No, I think you're partially right. And that's where I want to meet you. But that's why I think we can have a discussion, not an argument. Also, I'm not. To me, like whenever I talk about simulation theory or simulation stuff, I don't adhere to something like that as some kind of like structured theory, like this. So I don't. I mean, maybe it exists that way, where like there's some kind of structure to it, a theory. Like if this is this way, this has to. No, it's more of just like a interesting idea to think about or whatever to me. So we let's talk it out. Let's talk it out one of these days. Let's have a discussion. I'm serious. I think it'd be fun. And again, this is. I mean, you saw my discussion with him. I'm not going to be like adversarial or confrontational in any way. I'd just like to have a discussion. I think it'd be fun. Because also at the same time, you bring up good points from the other side of that, right? Because you literally did. And the clip that I've seen so far, I mean, that's a good point. And that's why, to me, I think it's a great enough point where I would like to discuss it. That's kind of what I'm saying. If somebody says something dumb or didn't matter, then to me, I'm like, yeah, fuck it. Who cares? That's a dumbass comment. But I think it's a good point and why in my opinion, it would be fun to discuss. Anyway, you're back, Natural Brunner, right? So I'll be honest with you. I said this before you went, but I'm going to just lay it out again one more time because I think I don't normally try to lay this out, but I'm going to just hit you with like the straight honesty of this, in my opinion. I think it's a disgusting line of thinking. Because if I don't know what race, religion, anything that you are, but let's just make an assumption, okay? I'm just going to put a hypothetical that you're a white guy, and if I say that another white guy in the world went out and killed a bunch of people, and now you are a white guy, so now, you understand where I'm going? Like, I understand that you're trying to say that you in your mind, they have like a hostile religion, but then why are many billions of people not doing that, right? And also the other side of that is, I hope you research offline about the Islamic religion and what their goals are. Not everyone's Islamic an issue, no, but you never know. Just like I thought I'd never see people fly in an airliner into a freaking building. Sure, okay. I think that's good. Good line of discussion. And to me, why I'm not a religious guy personally, because I see the damage and terrible things that religion has done to the world. Okay, fair. That's fair enough, Joshua. If you don't want to because you feel like you just had a discussion with Pain Dog and you didn't. It was more just you sharing your own thoughts, and that's fine. Totally fine. I'm not trying to like corner you. To me, it's more like I would have a discussion. We can just kind of bounce stuff back and forth. But if you feel it's more like I just shared a conversation with him, and I'm not out here like trying to do things on that level, that's completely fine. I totally get it. That's no big deal. Sure. Yeah, exactly, Natural Brunner. I'm not out here defending religion. It's more of like there are crazies and no matter anything you look for. So for me to I think I'll be honest, it's insane. Insane line of thinking to try to tie hostilities that people do across the world to somebody that's had none of that and is only just trying to make other people's lives better. It's quite a reach, in my opinion. And also the other side of that is like, if you want to say that that's the case, then he is. Then like, wouldn't New York be? It'd be incredible that they are, instead of trying to choose to view things through a negative lens, you choose to view them through a positive lens. That it's incredible that New York was that forgiving to say these terrible things happen, but we believe in you and what you're doing, and you're right. Wait, is the game over, Kabasi? Oh yeah. It is, right? It got finished. So I'll close it right now. Thank you for the reminder. That's a really good fucking shout. It was Seahawks, correct? I want to just verify, even though I kept hearing it was a blowout. Yeah, okay. All right, boom. You guys got cashed in. Everybody that correctly predicted, and everyone else. Speaking of Islam/Muslim, do you even know what's going on in South Africa presently? Tell me if that's positive. What's going on in Africa? You're proving my, like, whenever you bring up stuff like this, you're proving like my thoughts on these kinds of things. Like what the fuck are we doing in Venezuela? Whenever I literally said this earlier, what's going on in Africa? What's going on in North Korea? So to me, you're siding right up with what I feel. So yeah. Anyway, all of this to me, I don't want to keep going because I think we can chat on this more another night. And I hope all of you will come back and discuss this because, again, I'm not closed-minded in some kind of way. Like, I hope that one day all of us can, like, through our own discussions, change each other's minds. And I've had my mind changed on a lot of things through talking and chat. As long as we stay civil, right? To me, that's the most important part. So I don't want to keep going too much longer because I would like to go ahead and end soon. But I just want to I just want to end on this. To me, it's important. I keep saying this. I do feel like I say some things that just don't get talked about a lot in public or by politicians or whatever. Is, to me, I think it's scary what's going on in the U.S. I think it's terrible in a lot of ways, but I do think that we always will have that potential. I don't think we're the greatest country in the world right now. I'll be honest, but I think we have the potential to return to that, and I hope that we can. And to me, the best way to return to that is being open-minded enough to try things. I think we, in my opinion, need to get better about being open-minded about the attempt to try something on the other side, as long as it doesn't have to be that way forever. We need to be more open-minded about trying things. Let's try this. We're going to implement this law, and we're going to put studies around it to see how effective it actually truly was. Was it good? Was it positive? Was it negative? Was it bad? Are we saying that we're that stupid as a country that we can't try something and then judge it as like, okay, that was bad, let's not do that, and then remove it, not do it? Or instead we try something that is scary? Are we seriously that pathetic as a country to say that we couldn't take the best parts of socialism or whatever and implement them into a good way in our country? Are we that scared and pathetic? Are we that weak in the knees, that we don't have the political will and mind and power to find out what works for us? Why do amendments exist? Amendments exist for change so that we can continue to improve what was with what will be, right? Like how the world will be. So we need to be more open-minded, and that's exactly how I tried to be with the whole first time around. There's a Muslim genocide of white Christians. What more do you want to know? People that live there are being killed in masses. Okay. The best way that I can put this, the best way I can try to put this to you is look at what happened with Iraq. This is why the whole Venezuela thing was trash. Because we went in behind the, we're going to, not only weapons of mass destruction, but we're going to liberate these people, right? How many more terrorists were born into the world because of what we did in Iraq? More importantly, try to put yourself in their shoes. It doesn't matter if we maybe did even eventually liberate them. If you're sitting in your house and every house around you is being completely fucking destroyed, bombed to the goddamn ground, all of your neighbors are being raided and killed around you, do you see that as some kind of liberation? No, you're not going to see that as a liberation. You're going to use that as some kind of jumping off point into radicalization, right? You're not going to be okay with that. So try to put yourself in their shoes for a second. This whole we're going in after terrorists line of thinking is ridiculous. We have to stop feeling like we're going out this whole like these people are being mass genocided over here. What do you think is going on in between Israel and Gaza, Palestine? How many terrorists do you think get spawned out of Palestine because of what Israel's doing? Good night, Southern Belle. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for the discussion. I appreciate you. Agreed. Mike and BC agreed 100%. You think we're trying to invade or take over Venezuela? So I talked about Venezuela earlier. I'm not going to go too far into it because I'm trying to end soon. All I'm saying is my quick summary there was that if America had a really good track record of being the world police, we went into places, we cleaned things up, and we made things better for the people there, it's easier to side with that for me. And I would be like, what we're doing is kind of insane, but it's hard to argue with the results. The issue is not only is it insane, it's also proven itself to be successful almost none. Ever since World War II, we have asserted ourselves as some kind of world police power, and in almost every single case, it's been miserable and terrible. So it's insane. It's just batshit crazy to me to think that what we can just go in and randomly topple some fucking country's leaders, even though you could say some of the people there are happy. Like, it's just insane. What are we doing? Like, what are we just not going to learn our lesson? We're just going to keep doing this shit. It's fucking stupid and insane. Even if it had the perfect consequence, I'm still, at this point, I'm opposed. I'm opposed. Even if it came out perfectly and everyone in the entire country was happy, then it should have been somebody else, not us. Because we've proven we can't do it right. So, and again, we've proven yet again with the Venezuela thing that we can't do it right. Maduro was a criminal. I immediately, I can't take you serious. I'll be honest. I can't take you serious with the first thing you said. How many other criminals are there in the world? How many other leaders are criminals? If you want to say that Maduro is a criminal, then why did Trump or pardon a guy that was much worse than him when it comes to drugs and all the same things that Maduro was a criminal for just a week before? It just doesn't line up, and there's zero lines of logic there. Like, what are we doing? Why are you making excuses for this stuff? Do you even know that Maduro lost his election, wouldn't leave? Why don't we go invade Russia right now? Why don't we go invade North Korea? Why aren't we doing it over there? Why aren't you signing up to join the military to go fight Russia right now? I'll be honest. I'm gonna line right up with you. I'm gonna say I don't think it's a bad thing for this guy to not be there, right? I actually served 24 years in the Air Force. Okay, well, you made me look like an idiot immediately. So I appreciate that. Thanks for making me look stupid, first of all. And I appreciate your service. And this is it's that exact thing. Like, can you why can't you immediately? It's insane to me. Literally, your own. Surely you, in experience, have seen how our own country treats veterans. We treat you guys like fucking pawns. Literally, just a life to throw away over here. It's just I don't know. Like almost all my family has served in so many different wars, and I don't. Man, I don't. I'm tired of family and friends and any person, any countryman going to die for these sick people. I'm tired of it. We don't look at it that way. We look at it preserving this country and its allies. Then why aren't we? It just there's no consistent line of logic with that. Why are we trying to punish our other allies? Why have we just made an enemy out of Canada for zero reason? If we're trying to preserve our country and our allies, we've made an enemy out of Canada, the most incredible people on the entire planet. Somehow we've made an enemy out of Canada. We're literally trying to fuck over our allies. You know who we're not punishing? Russia. Another ally murdering children, flattening their land. Why are we like? Can we all agree? Like, how many of us are tired of sending our money to Israel to kill people? Like, if we saw that Israel's taking our money to like better their country and just defend themselves, that's one thing. Surely, almost none of us are. We're pretty well all tired of seeing Israel use our money to go kill people, right? Where's America first in that? Just want to say again, I appreciate your comments and I appreciate the discussion. And I'm not trying to make you look stupid. I'm not trying to be mean. I hope people will go watch that discussion I had with Pain Dog, because I very much, I was you and where you think and on so many topics. And I'm not ever trying to scream at somebody to change their mind, because that shit doesn't work. But this whole, like earlier, you were talking about genocide of white Christians, and there have been genocides of so many different religions, and no singular one. Yeah, absolutely, Joshua. No singular one of a genocide or bad thing going on to me is like, oh, this one's worse because it's white people. That's not how I operate personally. They're all bad. It's okay. We'll convert you. I can't believe you have sympathy for a narco terrorist, crime lord, drug trafficker. He's exactly where he should be, in jail. I'll be honest. I'll be honest. Hopefully I can be honest with you without you being like feeling like I'm trying to like cross boundaries. It's very tough. It's tough for me to get through to people like you whenever these are your lines of logic. Because why can't you then look at how somebody that was significantly worse, actually, from Honduras, was pardoned a week before because he was a big Trump supporter and most likely probably dumped a bunch of money into Trump coin? I'm not sympathetic to the, and that's the issue. I think the issue here is, instead of engaging with me on the level where I'm trying to meet you at in the middle and discuss the topic, I'm not going to say that people on the left don't do this, but I see this a lot from people on the right. Is you're trying to take what I'm saying and you're trying to reframe it to fit what you want it to be. And that's exactly the kind of shit that goes on in Congress right now. What I was talking about, we can't have a bill put forward that's just a one topic issue. It has to have some stuff in the background where if I vote against that bill, then you're like, you voted against giving money to kids? And that's what you're doing right now. Hopefully you can see that. You're not meeting me on a logical, like, middle ground and discuss the topic. You're trying to take what I'm saying, and you're trying to twist it. Because you're disregarding things I literally discussed with you earlier. Then clearly tell me what your beef is with the U.S., what the U.S. did with Maduro. I've told you twice now. I've told you twice. This is another issue that is very tough for me to discuss people on any topic with me, with people on your side these days, because you choose to, whenever I try to engage with you, you just want to turn it off, turn the volume down. You don't want to listen. I've gone into detail. I literally just said it. The oil hunt is crazy. It's insane. You see what I'm saying? Now you're going to say a sarcastic remark, and I didn't even mention oil the last time I said it. This is how ingrained you are on your talking points. Hopefully you can understand this. It's insane, man. I discussed it twice, and I just discussed it after you brought it up, and I didn't mention oil one single time. Good night, Mac Tactical. Thanks for hanging out. Also, another thing that you mentioned was like not one American life lost. Oh, those are the only lives that matter. 100% correct, Abaddon. I'm not certain if that's how I say your name, but yeah. Trust me. Hang on. I'll say it again. I'm not certain if you're still around. Hopefully you still are. I'll say it again. I'll tell you the same thing I just told you a second ago. The reason why I'm not okay with what happened in Venezuela is we've proven as a country, the US, that we are not good stewards of a title of world police. We're not good stewards of being able to go around the world and regime change or handle situations like this correctly. We go in with minimal or no plan, and we come out with no plan, and everyone is left to suffer. So even if the results out of what happened in Venezuela were perfect, this is why I will not sign on to these anymore. I'm not going to agree with them. At this point, we as a country need oversight, and we need to. We've proven we are not good stewards of being able to operate on our own. We need to start handling operations like this through other countries. We need to work with other countries and convince them this is something that needs to be done and get approval through NATO or whatever. I'll sign on. Absolutely. If we had gone through NATO and convinced NATO or whoever that this is something that needed to be done and they agreed, I'll sign on. I'll sign on. I'm not some guy that is blind and thinks that peace is just going to be everlasting. I understand that there needs to be war. There needs to be conflict sometimes. That has to happen. I'm not, my head is not in the sand on these kinds of things. I understand. But we have proven that we're not good stewards of issues like this. And I'm not going to sign on anymore. As for parties, I don't know what leaders feel they justify a reason for a pardon. Both Dem and Republican presidents have pardoned for people for reasons I disagree with. Sure. But this is another thing that's tough for me. Like, if I very often will have a discussion with somebody and they want to say, if I criticize Trump for something and somebody's like, well, Biden did this, or I'll promise you guys, I don't give one singular fuck. If Biden did something wrong, if Biden did something illegal, throw that motherfucker in jail. Put him in court. Put him through the process too. Like these people aren't my fucking dad. They're not my grandpa. I'm not out here in the streets defending these guys. Fuck them too. I don't give a fuck about any of these guys. Democrat, Republican, if they fucked up, you get your ass in jail too, just like everyone else, motherfucker, until you guys get in there and start behaving properly. Fuck them all. It's to be honest, I think it's just an insane argument where if I try to criticize somebody wants to say, well, this person. Like, surely all of us can recognize zero progress will ever come from that. You have to put the past aside and say, we start getting mean about everything right now. If you fuck up, we're after your ass right now. I don't care who you are. Crying hypocrisy is lame. You literally just did it. You literally just talked about both them and Republican presidents and pardon people. You just said that basically in the same thing. Actually, you know what? Hang on. I'm sorry. I'm dialing things up a little too heated. I apologize. I'm gonna dial back. That whenever I start dialing up to that level, it does feel like an attack on what you said, and I don't want it to be that way or feel that way. So I apologize. And also, hopefully, you can keep in mind that it's okay. Like, hopefully, people are going to get amped up in chat, and hopefully, I'll call them out, and I have. I've literally timed people out and banned people that were very left and over the top in chat. Because no topic or no real discussion is going to be had if people get too heated. So if somebody says something you don't like in the chat or whatever, if you feel attacked, please ignore some shit. Like everyone's going to get their feathers in a ruffle here and there, right? At the end of the day, a bad guy's off the streets and no one can give me a reason why Trump pardoned the guy he did. Wait, hang on. I don't know what you mean by the last part. Again, I will give Trump his flowers where he deserves them. Unfortunately, he doesn't deserve them in very many places. But I will give them. And anybody that's here a good amount will know that I will absolutely. I was literally just talking earlier. I have massive issues with like Joe Rogan, what he's doing. But I spent a good amount of time arguing against my own chat earlier about how much I thought, if you literally boil it down to how good of a podcaster he is, that Joe Rogan is excellent in what he does. So I will always try to give people their flowers where they deserve it. And I will always do that for Trump because I want anyone to do that to me, and also any side that's doing things correctly. Apparently Trump pardoned a drug criminal. See, this is another thing. It's very frustrating for me if I have a discussion with somebody on a topic like this and you're educated on some of it, but not all of it. Okay. All right. I can't keep going. I got to end soon, so I need to try to end this soon. Don't worry, guys. I know our viewership plummets when we do this, but I do enjoy the discussion a lot. because it does kind of feel like finally I can just say how I feel in some things. And more importantly, like I said, if I, maybe I change my mind here and there, but more even above that, maybe some of you guys change my mind. I promise you, I'm hopefully one of the more open-minded people that you guys talk to, and I like having my mind changed. To me, it feels good to have my mind changed on things because it means I'm learning and that I'm not closing things off. I think it's good. But yeah, T. Freddy, we're about to end, so that's up to you. Literally, very, very soon, I'm about to end. So you crack open on one if you want, but all right, not your bunner. You missed some things that I said. Again, I'll dial it back just a second to say I appreciate you. I appreciate your points, what you're saying, and I hope that you don't feel like me being too aggressive here or there. I apologize. Nobody's mind is being changed anytime, and I value your opinion. And please know that I like having my mind changed, and an open discussion like this is how minds get changed. So please don't feel. I apologize for any time that you felt I was overly hostile, and thank you for sharing your opinion. What I was saying was that on this topic specifically is hopefully you can understand from my point is frustrating whenever I talk with someone, and this is why I end up not talking a lot about politics, is if I bring up something like this about the Venezuela thing and I discuss it, you're only educated enough on the topic that like is on your side, right? So you're talking about you don't understand who Trump pardoned or why, and which is like a massive like negative part to your argument, right? And that frustrates me because and to me it's frustrating as well, but that you didn't approach it in a fair way. Like if I said something like this to you, you didn't even say like well, I didn't know that, I apologize and I'll try to research on it, or all you wanted to try to do is like throw it as a, well, Dems have pardoned people that I don't agree with, or like that kind of thing. And it's frustrating for me because I feel like I can't have a real conversation with you about it because I feel like I don't know all aspects of this. I'm not educated top to bottom, and I never will be on all topics. But you're only educated enough on what fits your viewpoint. So it feels like you get a lot of your information from just one source. You understand how that can, like, I can maybe see that because you don't understand the holes in your discussion either. You don't understand the other side very well. It's like you haven't researched what might be a counterpoint to your discussion. And that's why it can be very frustrating because it feels like you only hear what you want to hear in the discussion, and you've only educated yourself in what fits what you want to hear. And that Trump has pardoned hundreds of people. I don't have time to see everything or go over every person. I asked above, who and why did Trump pardon this person? And I get ridiculed for not knowing why. And now I only get biased sources. It's unreal, to be honest. Okay, so I'll be honest. Like you say ridiculed. I feel like I approached that pretty fairly. I tried to approach that fairly, and if you want, I feel like ridiculed, I could have gone a lot harder on you there. I feel like I approached that fairly. I tried to. All you said was some sort of drug person. He was a significantly worse drug trafficker than Maduro that was pardoned from Honduras. So without me going into it more, all I'm trying to present this to you and say, hopefully you will look into it more and understand that one of the bigger issues and why Trump is extremely corrupt is some situations like Trump coin, where people can send him a significant amount of money basically through Trump coin and they get pardons. This is something that's going on. Give me 30 seconds. Okay. Hang on. Just a heads up. I'm not looking to stay live a whole lot longer. I'm ending soon. So I'm not trying to say it that way, Megram, because I don't think that I that was me trying to not. He said that I ridiculed him if I went, like, maybe that's more factual, sure, but I felt like I was trying to put it in a nice way, as nice as I could. Also, to be fair, I like pardons. I would love to see that pardons were useful, and basically everyone that got pardoned were led better, more successful lives. And like, I have nothing against pardons, but I think that they're political tools to stay an age. Surely we can almost all agree on that on both sides. It's insane. I'll be honest. I'm just tired of people not meeting their day. I think we tried the whole pardon people back in the day, Nixon, all these people, and they ended up not seeing their day. And now we've kind of like, we're reaping what we sowed. Where now these people got away with crimes, and because others didn't see, they didn't see punishment for others before them. They didn't feel like any kind of threat, basically. I tend to follow neutral, independent sources. My thoughts are, if your sources can't praise both sides or ridicule both sides at the same time, you have the wrong source, just allowing yourself to be manipulated. That's fair and good, and I hope that's true. I hope that's true, and I think that's a great way to put it. I 100% agree that, and this is why I get flack from my friends. I get flack from people because I will go in on it. I don't want to consider myself a Democrat, but I do. I'm like more left leaning for sure. But I will absolutely, like, we want to. If we just had a normal ass Republican in office that was just doing some dumb shit that I didn't agree with, you better fucking believe I'd be going all in on Democratic Party. The reason why I don't end up talking more shit on the Democratic Party is we don't have normal things going on right now from the conservative side. It's like Republic, constitutionally threatening level shit. It's like, fuck me. And yes, I am extremely fucking annoyed and pissed off at the Democratic Party. Like, why can't we just get a normal ass Democratic Party wants to nominate these fucking people as, oh no, this is who's going to be the, instead of putting up an exciting candidate, because at the end of the day, Democrats will, whenever Democrats are excited and get out and are motivated to vote, they will win elections almost always. It's that we just have fucking loser ass candidates, and we just keep having loser ass candidates, so no one wants to get out and vote. So don't get me started on Democrats. I'll fucking burn those motherfuckers to the ground too. Yeah, that's a quick, good summary, Nitro Burner. So this is why, to me, I can't watch somebody like Trump pardon this guy one week and then go topple somebody the next week and say The initial reason they gave was for drugs. And then they started saying, oh, it's for the Venezuelan people. And then they just straight out came and said oil. So this is why I can't, like, it's insane. Is this Hernandez cat the only drug related pardon Trump has given? I'll be honest, I'm not sure. I don't know. I haven't kept up on all of his pardons. The only, like, there are more notable other people, but I think like one is very, it's like basically everyone that I know are not drug related off the top of my head. Most of them are fraud related. He's done a lot of, like, people that have defrauded a lot of people that he's pardoned. Now, again, I'm not just against all pardons by any means, and I talked about this, I think, while you were away on ad. It'd be great. I would love to see pardons if all these people, like, I'm a second chance guy by a million, because my God, I know I've fucked up and done so many dumb things in my life, and whenever I think about the world that kids grow up in now, you say something stupid because you're young and dumb, and potentially your whole life gets ruined. Like, it's insane, crazy ass world we live in, and people need more forgiveness at all times. At all times. Unfortunately, there's, like, pardons are used as a tool to avoid actual true, like, prosecution that we actually kind of start needing now, right? Which is insane. So let's think of Honduras and having positive relations could be a benefit to the U.S. Maybe there's more story to this pardon. Like I said earlier, it's hard to know every reason for Trump's pardons. Why? Why do we have to dig into the weeds on all these things? Why do we have to try to give this guy that level of... If we want to try to give him that, like, leniency and say, okay, well, maybe he had some, like, he wants positive relations with Honduras. Why doesn't he want positive relations with the rest of the world? People that have been our allies for decades. Canada, all of Europe, all these other places. What's the motive? I'm sure it wasn't to piss Smack off. Well, there's lots of speculation, basically, that Trump keeps pardoning a lot of people that are sending him or doing him favors or sending him money through things like Trump coin or like the whole Qatari jet thing, these kinds of things. Now, if you want to do the whole what can't be proven, then what are we going to do? We're just going to be like, okay, well, fraud and all these things are fine as long as you're really good at covering it up. Right? Also, isn't, like, can't we say this kind of crazy to just say, oh, we don't know what he might be thinking, so I'm just going to let it go? Why can't we just be critical, all of us collectively together, and say this is fucked up, and make him, and, like, wouldn't it be better to have him put out a very detailed, like, shouldn't this be some kind of, like, very structured thing where he should have to come out and say, here's a full ass reason why this guy's getting parted? But that doesn't happen, right? It's just like we're just going to pardon this guy. And he gives some kind of PR reason why. We don't get any kind of, like, deep political statement, no, like, approval through anything, or, like, none of that, right? We just have to trust him. And that same thing goes for the other side. I just think that the pardon shit has gone too far, and at this point, people need to start seeing their time in court. Anyway, I need to hop off. Reading chat here, I thought he got Maduro, then pardoned the Hernandez guy. No, I told you. Like, I mentioned at least 3 times, maybe more, that he did Hernandez first and then Maduro. But to be fair, I know you hit ads a couple times, so maybe you missed some. And that's why it's frustrating for somebody like me. He pardons a guy that he was saying is a big drug guy, and then goes and topples another guy saying he was a big drug guy. You know, it's like, while also just randomly bombing some fucking boats and shit. I don't know. Anyway, Nitro Burner, I appreciate the discussion as much as you. Maybe tonight's your last night here. We'll see. Either way, I can understand how. Like, I'll be straight honest with you. I think it's natural for, doesn't matter if you're right leaning or left leaning. If I'm, as a streamer, you end up like your community kind of like, the people around you end up kind of like minded, right? So I know that there, a lot of the people that watch me now are more like left leaning or whatever. And I know that maybe sometimes you feel slightly uncomfortable in chat, feeling people are coming after you, and I apologize for that. Watched you a long time ago when I stopped now. I appreciate that. It means a lot. It truly does. More than you know, because I promise you, I'm going to go in on both sides as much as I can. Like, don't even get me started on the whole fucking Biden guy can barely fucking talk in a damn debate. This guy should have never been fucking president to begin with. Like, yeah, I'll go all in on that shit too. I'm not, yeah. So I appreciate you sticking around. I appreciate your viewpoint and sharing. Sticking through ads, even though I didn't play them. Chatting, because like I said, no one's going to get their mind changed. Anyone's screaming at them. We just get it through discussion, and everyone's staying civil, right? Thank you, Abaddon. Thanks for hanging out. So I appreciate you. I truly do. I truly do. Even though we have some discussion in chat, I guarantee you we could sit down. Well, I don't know if you're a drinker, but I guarantee you we could sit down at a bar and have a drink and talk about other shit that doesn't fucking matter and have a great night. And I think that about everybody in chat. Like, we can find things that we have common ground on and discuss it, right? And I think all of you, so many of us view these things from the same. Like, we view it as a concern. We just have different ideas for solutions or whatever, right? So at the end of the day, these are the things why I believe that things, we have a better future ahead of us. We just got to get through some rough patches. So anyway, I love you all very much. I know I said I was going to end a million times and I didn't, but thanks for hanging out, and apologies to all the people that already left because they hate the political talk. I'll be honest. I said this during the discussion with Pain Dog. I get it, guys. I promise you very much that I get it. Where politics is something that you don't want to think about or talk about, because at the end of the day, you're a happier person if you don't. I think it's totally fair, and I apologize to the people that are trying to like come here and watch a stream and not deal with politics. Apologies. I do appreciate all of you. You know, if you see this in the future, I appreciate all of you a lot as well. And it just comes at this point. It's there are very special people in my life who basically don't have a voice anymore, and I feel like I have to be that voice for them sometimes, you know? So I do it for them. And they mean a lot to me. And that's why it can get me fired up sometimes. So anyway, I love you all. I hope you have a great night. Have a great weekend. We'll be back here again tomorrow. Good night, everyone. Love you all very much.